Respicio, yes, it's on. Yeah, can you turn on your hearing aids then? Okay, Senator Respicio for a motion.
Tom, are you ready with 366? There's copies. Do you have 366 there?
Well, we do have three, we have 187 and 304, but
I got 355,
I want to do
357,
I want to do the motions and just get everything in, and then we just move along.
366, not 357.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I make a notwithstanding the House rules kind of a motion that we place the following bills on the second reading file, either in numerical order, because it really doesn't matter because we have two bills and then we can proceed with these. But following bills, Madam Speaker, and copies have been made. Committee reports have been filed. Bill 366, Bill 365, and Bill 368. These are, according to the sponsor, all time-sensitive bills. And the Chairman of Oversight, Senator Uggan, recently held a public hearing the other night on two of these bills, and his committee was able to turn around a committee report overnight. So we want to commend him and his committee for those kind of efforts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You have one more bill as well,
Yeah, Bill 366, Bill 365, and Bill 368.
and 182, I think, or 382.
What is 382?
That's the, what, because we're going to pull out 346.
Oh, yeah.
And do we all just make it one whole motion?
Yeah.
Okay, and continuing on this notwithstanding motion that we pull Bill 382 from the voting file, and we also bring that to second.
Wait, no, not 382.
What was?
349.
Okay, Bill 349.
Yes.
That's that land bill. Yeah, and then put it back on the second reading file for an amendment.
And
Then did you have a bill number for that bill?
yeah,
that you-
382.
And then my other motion, subsequent to those motions, Madam Speaker, is to put a new bill 382 on the second reading file, and we understand that you certified that a public hearing is not required because the subject matter was already heard in a previous public hearing.
Yes, and
Okay,
we have,
thank you, Madam Speaker.
we have the memo also requested by Senator Barnes and a response memo from the chair.
One big motion.
Okay, on that motion then without any objections, so the numbers are 366, 365, 368 to pull up 349 and add 382. 68, 349, and 382. Okay. Senator Respicio, any word on a fiscal note for 187? So we're going to go ahead then, we're going to go ahead and move on and leave 187 in its place. And I recognize then now the author of the bill, substitute bill 304, Senator Palacios. 304.
Madam Speaker, we're waiting now for the substitute bill, I think, that's being drafted by your staff in collaboration, of course, with the Stephanie. You know,
so we'll move on then, and then because I have not received.
yes, we have to because the draft substitute bill is not yet. Maybe in an hour we'll be able to.
Okay, in an hour.
Move that.
Because I know that they're working
Yes,
with
so we have not received a
Okay.
copy of that, but they're working on it
okay.
to
All right,
so
we'll
that
go
we can
ahead
do
and
just a
we'll-
substitute rather than several amendments. That will be the simplified approach.
Okay.
So we delay it maybe
Yes,
an
so
hour.
we'll go ahead and
We'll-
move on.
we'll
Mr.
move it.
Won't lose his place.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker.
We don't have a fiscal note for 187.
Okay, I don't have copies of any of the bills that were just put on, 366, 365, and 368. Does anyone have a copy? to have to recess until we get copies of those bills.
mics are what you're talking about, man? The mic that's in front of you or the mic that's around you?
We already started with 8, so.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
The legislature is back in session. Senator Ada, you're recognized on bill number 366.
Madam Speaker, I move that Bill 366 be moved to the third reading file, and I'd like to discuss it.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, Bill 366 really is the last piece of housekeeping that needs to be done to complete the $30 million short-term note that is being negotiated with the Bank of Guam for the Guam Water Works Authority. This last piece of housekeeping basically was a requirement that the legal counsel has asked be put in, wherein on page 2, line 13 there, basically provides for the language wherein Gov Guam waives its immunity from any suit or action in contract upon the loan and guarantee. And basically what it means is that if Guam Water Works Authority or the Gov Guam as a guarantor defaults in its payment, that the lender does not have to jump through all the hoops in order to be able to get redress in court to get the remedies that it needs. And so this basically just allows then the lender to go straight. And that's my understanding from the legal counsel's explanation of what this new amendment is to Section 29 of Public Law 30-101. So it's really more of a housekeeping matter than anything else. Madam Speaker, with the passage of this bill, this should be the final step in completing that $30 million transaction. GPA, Guam Water Works Authority, can then move on with its next step insofar as positioning itself to be able to go out to the bond market to pursue the second tranche of its $100 million bonds to continue with its improvement work in our water system. And I would urge all my colleagues to support the Bill 366-30. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Ada. On the motion, Senator Uggan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to also stand in support of this legislation. I think that members of this body who have been, or individuals in this body who have been members for a number of terms, recognize that this really is a standard provision that financial institutions, and in this particular case, Bank of Guam has requested on occasion whenever they've leaned forward. I want to also highlight that this, yes, absolutely was a competitive proposal that was put out. And Bank of Guam, Bankun Ifit, which has always been a tremendous supporter to our government in providing resources and finances, stepped forward, was able to acquire or to receive the proposal from GWA, and basically they're asking for this term, this particular provision that has been standard over the course of other financial arrangements that they've been able to render assistance to the government of Guam. So I want to extend my appreciation to the bank for really extending themselves an additional $30 million to support the Guam Water Works Authority in ensuring that not only do they work on some of the court injunction requirements, the stipulations, but also work on establishing their working capital so that in fact GWA can eventually go to the bond market and acquire additional resources to upgrade the infrastructure. Not for military build-up, but for the benefit of the local community. So I stand in full support of this particular legislation. And obviously, this is a technical correction, Madam Speaker, but on page 1, line 6, I believe that W and that A should be, it should read GWA. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This is Mas.
Thank you very much, Senator Uggan. On the motion, Senator Respicio, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I certainly rise in support of this bill. And if this is what it takes to move forward on this much-needed $30 million loan so that GWA can improve its system, you can sign me up. But, in the course of doing these kinds of things and addressing these kinds of housekeeping issues, I rise to a point of concern that on line 13, page 2, when you say, notwithstanding any substantive or procedural provision, who then, Madam Speaker, will determine what's substantive or what's procedural? It's Chapter 6, Title 5 of the GCA. And so rather than getting into some gray area and leaving this law, this bill, if it should become law, subject to legal interpretation, I simply move that we delete the words any substantive or procedural and just say notwithstanding the provision of Chapter 6 of Title 5. I think we accomplish the same thing, but it's more clear so that no one, because it doesn't say, if you left this language in, it doesn't say who is going to determine what is substantive or what is procedural in the provision of Chapter 6, Title 5 GCA.
On the amendment to delete the words on page 2, line 13, the words any substantive or procedural,
And then just insert the words thus, so it'll read notwithstanding the provision of Chapter 6.
and add the word the. On that amendment, are there any objections? No objections, so ordered. On the motion, Senator Respicio, you're done then? Okay, on the motion then, Senator Pangilinan, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this amendment to the borrowing authority of the Guam Waterworks Authority to enter into that loan to replenish some of its accounts required under its bond covenants in order to demonstrate that they're fiscally sound to go borrow some more money. That kind of makes sense, huh? Let's go borrow more money to pay back what we should have paid to ensure that we tell everyone that we are physically sound because now our reserve accounts are full from borrowed money. Okay, sure. Again, Madam Speaker, I'm being a little bit, I'm not hesitant about doing this. It is a provision that is contained in all borrowing authorities so that the person that's borrowing the money, lending the money to the Guam Waterworks Authority can have recourse if the Guam Waterworks Authority doesn't meet its obligations. And I kind of put those things in front of it to demonstrate that, okay, now we're going to be good. No, actually, now we have greater challenges ahead at the Guam Waterworks Authority. And we are moving forward in this authorization so that we can not only borrow the $30 million, but we want to go and borrow more money, $150 million, $200 million, the next borrowing plan to improve the system. And I certainly am a little concerned about that, and I've always been even since the beginning, and that's why I think the original borrowing, there was a lot of back and forth in the discussion of the financial plan, where they're at, what is GWA doing with regards to its current operational cost, where are they on the meters in terms of, they paid millions of dollars for these meters. They were supposed to increase the revenue. They didn't work. The contractor says they're going to make it work. All of these things are continued challenges that we're facing. On top of that, we've got pressures from the Department of Defense trying to force our hand because we're in a position of needing money to do some things. And the Department of Defense and the military is really putting the screws on GWA to try to get him to capitulate on some things with regards to the military buildup. And if we didn't have these things, then we're probably going to be in a less stable position in order to negotiate from a position of stability versus from a position of instability as we look towards ensuring that this military buildup and what we're being forced to do under the consent decree doesn't get disguised as trying to rope us into accepting these Department of Defense offers that may not be in the best interest of the people of Guam. I'm worried that if we do not have the ability to withstand some of the issues relating to the consent decree in terms of having the resources to address those problems to the satisfaction of the court, that we're going to have to do some things that maybe we wouldn't have done otherwise. So I kind of put all this together because I always see the linkages that occur because nothing happens in a vacuum here on Guam, just as everybody's related to somebody else. So in the issue of the consent decree, in the issue of the military buildup, in the issue of these fines that are being imposed by the courts, I am fully convinced that they have a grand plan of what they want to see and what they want to have GWA do. I'm a little disturbed, and I'll say it on the record as I want to say it on the record. I'm a little disturbed about this issue with regards to the approval of these drilling permits on the water wells. Sure, we have a law that says that the water, no matter where it's at, belongs to the people of Guam. And the military has come and said, don't worry, we have a plan to deal with that. Well, yeah, if you want to bring in your army of lawyers, when we say no, we say we should have an integrated water system, that the development and the exploitation of that water resource should be first and primarily in the interest of the people of Guam, and you don't think otherwise, then bring your army of lawyers, bring your Marines with 8,000 guns, and forcibly take this, but we're not going to willingly give it up. And we have some areas in which we can control that will not let you have access to that water. We won't give you the permits to drill the wells until we are satisfied, along with all the other regulatory agencies, that the exploitation of that resource where you underneath the property that you control is not going to, in the future, jeopardize the drinking water capacity here on Guam for our own people. Because we see what happens in the South when we have a drought. We see what happens. And without integrating this water system, we're going to continue that history of ensuring, of the military ensuring first and foremost that it has all the water it needs. And they are so kind to say, and when we have some left over, we'll sell it to you. I said we sell it to you since the beginning. If you want to take it out of the waterlands, you pay for it. And then you pay your processing cost. It's just like oil. If you take oil out of the land, then you have to pay for the crude, and then you process it to gasoline, and then you make your profits on the gasoline. And so that raw resource of water in our waterlands and here on Guam belongs to the people of Guam. And so I think it's very important for me to continue to articulate that, because I want GWA, the Consolidated Commission, the military, people of Guam to understand where these issues play when I look at the future for Guam and what is the most critical element for our future, and that is the protection of the drinking water resource on behalf of the people of Guam, first and foremost. And so while we have some concerns, we will continue to work out those concerns, with regards to this financial stability of the Guam Waterworks Authority, its ability to meet its obligations under this consent decree. And I'm very concerned also about this amended or expanded quasi-consent decree that we're going to be entering into. I want to know what's that gonna do, because you know what? While they may say that it's okay because it doesn't impact the general fund, yet they could not move forward on providing this financial relief without the general fund guaranteeing the loan. That we could not find lending institutions that would have given them this loan without the guarantee of the general fund. So it always impacts us, and it is an institution, a instrumentality of the people of Guam. It is our Guam Waterworks Authority, the People's Waterworks Authority, and this is the People's Hall in which we are all charged in here to protect, advance, and promote the interests of the entire community of Guam. And so, sometimes we kind of get territorial and we'll say, oh, don't worry, we don't get a subsidy from the general fund, so leave us alone and we know what's best. Well, that may be, but you didn't get there, without this government and the resources of this government and the people putting you in that place in this time to be able to say we are not dependent on the general fund for our operating, although technically they are, because we still continue to pay a loan that was taken out to support the Public Utility Agency of Guam prior to its being placed as an autonomous agency, and we continue to meet that obligation, that the revenues of the authority do not have to be used to meet that obligation. But the fundamental thing is that you started out as being part of this entire picture with regards to services being provided to the people of Guam by the people's government. And the fact that we're now an autonomous agency does not negate all of the things that have occurred in the past that advance and devolve the power of this body into that authority. And it is good, and we continue to find our rightful place in terms of supporting an authority over the operations of this new institution. And we continue to work together when we have to. But I also think that it is very important and critical that this body, reflective of the wishes and desires of the people of Guam, have some influence over the direction we take our Waterworks Authority as we move forward in trying to find the stability to continue the progress that's being made, and progress is being made. But that when we look at dealing with other entities, that we do so from a common point, that the desires of the people's representatives in this body with regards to our place on the negotiating table as we look at what others want from our Waterworks Authority and what others want and how they're going to take the assets that belong to the people of Guam, that the authority sees what has been passed as policy by this body and defends that policy. That they don't say, well, yeah, it's a policy, but it's wrong, or it's a policy, but we really don't agree with it. It's a policy of this government and this community, and I think that they have an obligation, just as we're meeting our obligation, to support and advance and improve the financial stability of the authority, to defend what this hall says as reflective with regards to the concerns expressed by the people in the community. So this is standard language, as I said, that allows it's kind of like that old Reagan saying, trust by verify. We trust you're going to be able to pay us, but just in case, we want to be able to have a recourse. And it is contained in all other borrowing instruments and authorizations that have been passed. And this would just ensure that we provide that assurance to the financial institutions that they will have a recourse. So, Madam Speaker, I know that I've kind of digressed a little bit, and I wanted to put those things on the record because this is something that this body is doing on behalf of the people of Guam to assist the Guam Water Works Authority in meeting its obligations. But that has to be returned to the people of Guam, because while this may not cost us any money, it certainly is a resource that the people of Guam have that could be, we could also say that, no, we can't give you a guarantee because we need that guarantee. But we understand the integral nature of all of these government instrumentalities in meeting our obligations to the community. And so when one can do something for the other, it should all come together and we are able to do it. But it can't be a one-way street. And I think that the way we've been able to work through this process in granting this authority, in making this amendment, has proven that it isn't a one-way street. And I want to thank all the parties involved that have worked through this instrument that is working itself through, will allow the government, the general fund, to meet some of its other obligations to other members of our community that we have, and I think that that has been a good thing. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Pangilinan. On the motion, then, no one wants to speak on it, so there are no objections then to send Bill 366 to the third reading file. So no objections, so ordered. Bill 365, recognize the author, Senator Ada.
Point of order, Madam Speaker?
Yes.
Madam Speaker, there seems to be some desire to move into the committee of the whole to discuss Bill 365 and 368. I'm offering as a question of the body if we can resolve in the committee of the whole, but discuss both bills while in that committee so we don't have to resolve and then rise, and then resolve and then rise again.
Are they involving the same individuals?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And so my motion is that we resolve it in the committee of the whole for the purposes of discussing two items, Bill 365 and Bill 368.
On that motion then,
Is that weird?
I'm seeing some facial objections, so. So the motion then will be, you're going to restate the motion again.
So then my motion then will be to just address one item at a time. And because we are on 365, I move that we resolve in the committee of the whole for the purposes of addressing Bill 365 as substituted by the Committee on Economic Development, Health and Human Services and Judiciary, and that the oversight chairman of this committee be the chair of the committee of the whole.
So on that motion, then without any objections, so ordered. We will take now a brief recess to bring the government officials in. And I guess we need to swear them in as well. So we're going to be in recess.
The Committee of the Whole is hereby called to order, and it's being chaired by yours truly, the Chair of the Committee on Economic Development, Health, and Human Services. At this point in time, we will be entertaining the contents of Bill number 365, introduced by Senator Tom Atta. And before we proceed with any further deliberations or discussions on this particular proposal, not Bill 368, Senators, I'd like to just recognize the individuals who are in the hallway. Speaker Ben Pangilinan, Senator Judy Guthert, Senator Tony Atta, Senator Tom Atta, Speaker Judy Wampat, Senator Tello Taitagui, and also Senator Frank Bloss Jr. Thank you very much, Senators, for joining us. I understand the others will be joining us shortly during the course of the discussion. Mr. Sergeant at Arms, please see if you can swear in the individuals who will be providing testimony. Thank you very much, Mr. Sergeant at Arms. To open up discussion, Senators, this is going to be the format. Everyone will be given an opportunity to be able to pose a question. A 5-minute limitation will go around. If by any chance there's no other senators that would like to inquire or provide any additional questions, then, and you have a follow-up question or second question or third question, then by all means you will be given that opportunity. So we'll try to stick to that format as much as possible. The sponsor of the legislation, Senator Tom Atta, you may open the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'd like to just give a little bit of backdrop on Bill 365. Bill 365 really is a revisit of an earlier legislation that was enacted back in November of 2005, Public Law 28-71, which authorized the Guam Waterworks Authority to go out to the bond market to borrow up to approximately, I believe it was $200 million, yes, $220 million for the purpose of undertaking capital improvements in Guam's water system. Back in 2005, the interest rate cap that was authorized was 6.5%, which was reflective of the market conditions back then. Guam Waterworks Authority, of course, is getting ready to go back out to the bond market to borrow the second tranche of that $220 million borrowing authorization. In order to go out there and it really needs, we need to revisit the current trends in the interest rate for these instruments out there in the bond market, and according to, of course, information from our financial advisors, the current trend out there is reflecting more around the rate of 7.5%. And so the bill basically then proposes to increase that interest rate cap to 7.5%. The other part, of course, to Bill 365 is on the issue of taking advantage of the Build America bonds, which is related, I believe, to the stimulus funds, which will enable the Guam Waterworks Authority to pay back or getting some kind of an interest subsidy as a result of these Build America bonds. And I think the details of that can be, the panel could probably go into that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Atta, for the explanation of Bill number 365. Just a couple of other housekeeping statements. I want to thank Speaker Wampat as well as Senator Rory Respicio, who is the Chair of Rules, for allowing the committee to proceed with the hearing on Tuesday evening, contrary to internal policy in terms of session week. And it's primarily because of the time sensitivity of this legislation and the subsequent legislation which will be discussed very shortly. Also, in addition to that, I also want to a statement was made during the course of the public hearing that these two proposals, with the concurrence of the members of the body, will be placed on the legislative agenda for this week. So I do understand that there's traditionally a 10-day time frame for submission and receipt of additional testimonies by the community. And in this particular case, because the legislature is in session for the duration of this week, the body has chosen to be able to place these two measures on the floor for consideration because of the time-sensitive nature. Also, I want to thank the senators for allowing these two measures to be placed on the floor, and certainly recognizing the nature of why it needs to be discussed, or it should be discussed at this point in time during our deliberations. Aside from that, I will open the floor to the chair of the CCU. Please, Mr. Chairman, if you can identify the individuals who have joined us this morning, and if you would like to open up with any comments, and then I will proceed with any questions from the senators.
Thank you, Senator Uggan, and thank you, members of the body. Joining us this morning, first, I'm Simon Sanchez of the CCU, chairman of the CCU. To my left, to the left of Senator Uggan, is our general manager, Dr. Len Olive, and to his left is our CFO, Greg Cruz. And we thank you for your consideration to take a look at this next move for GWA. As Senator Pangilinan articulated, we have much work still to do at GWA, and we are now trying to take the next step. We borrowed $102 million in 2005. We did a master plan that was paid for by that loan, and from that master plan, we developed a 25-year plan that shows that GWA is going to have to spend some money to upgrade and modernize our system. You're all elected officials. You've all walked the streets of Guam. You get calls from your constituents. I think everyone knows that we have leaks to fix and pumps to upgrade and wastewater solutions to implement. And we are now going to embark on that next tranche of borrowing, as Senator Atta has identified, with your help. There's really just two small pieces that our financial advisors have asked us to come back to you for your assistance. You've already authorized GWA to borrow up to $220 million. This is just the next $118 million. But in 2010, unlike in 2005, as Senator Atta pointed out, the ARRA funding offers a financial tool called Build America bonds, in which you could basically get, as you know, when we normally borrow, these are tax-exempt financing that we secure with our revenues. But with the Build America bond and the ARRA funding program, you can borrow also from lenders that are taxable loans. But the Build America bonds allow the federal government to subsidize that interest rate and basically pay it down when it meets a public good, such as what GWA is trying to do. And so there's an opportunity to use Build America bonds that are available from ARRA funding. There are some time limits about having access to those ARRA funds. We need to have projects that would be constructed where the construction could begin prior to the end of the year, or at least the commitment can be locked in prior to the end of the year. And so we want to take advantage of that possible tool if it means lower interest rates for our ratepayers. We believe most of the funding will come from a traditional triple tax exempt bond, but because they exist, because the ARRA program does exist, it's being recommended that we not close our options and give GWA the flexibility that if the ARRA funding is better than the triple tax exempt funding, that tool be utilized by GWA. And so that's the first basis of the change that's on page 2 of the committee version of the bill, lines 17 through 21. The other reason we need your help is, as Senator Atta pointed out, in 2005 the interest rates were different than they are in 2010. And again, to give us flexibility, depending on what the final pricing will be, our financial advisors, Stan Dirks, Gedka, Aldi Limtiaco, that group, are suggesting that we raise the cap that was authorized in 2005 and increase it from 6.5% to 7.5%. This is similar to what you did with the general obligation bonds last year, the big bonds you got for the landfill and the COLA payment. You raised your cap on same advice, same recommendations from Stan and the same team. The GO bond cap was raised to 8%, again reflecting changes in the marketplace since the last time GovGuam borrowed. Well, similarly for GWA, there's been changes in the marketplace since the last time GWA borrowed, and they're asking to raise our cap not to 8%, but just to raise it, as you can see, to 7.5%. We're fairly confident we can get the bond sold. We've made a lot of progress at GWA. As you saw our audit for 2009, we turned a small profit. We're turning another profit here in 2010. Senator Pangilinan asked some good questions about operations. The main reason for the turnaround is that the meter program has finally kicking in and producing the results we expected because of the work we've done with the vendor and some of the upgrades and our own improvements. GWA, when we took over in 2003, GWA had lost $66 million in a 6-year period. GWA had gotten a 100% rate increase in 1998 and didn't build anything with it. It just went into operations. We know that the number of employees went up at GWA, but there was no capital spending. That didn't really occur until 2005. In fact, the last capital spending that was done for GWA and PUAG was done by this body when there was a general obligation bond floated and paid for by Gov Guam, and is still being paid for by Gov Guam. I think it was floated in '88 or '93, and the government of Guam has been paying that because at that time PUAG was a line agency and couldn't borrow any money. But even as an autonomous agency, it took until 2005 was the first borrowing on its own that was authorized by the legislature and then enacted by GWA and the CCU. We got the money, and we began to fix things. We're asking for your help again to take the next step, borrow the remaining $118 million that you authorized. We do have plans in 2012 to borrow another $120 million, but we will have to come back to you for permission to do that. But at least in your wisdom in 2005, you knew with the stipulated order that we had projects to build. We still have 4 projects to finish from the stipulated order before we move to a consent decree. And some of the monies we want to borrow in this $118 million is to finish those projects, finish the meter projects, finish the tank inspections, and finish the remaining projects of the stipulated order, and then begin new projects. In the committee report, you'll see the list of projects we're going to spend money on. $5 million to fix leaks. I mean, we get calls from each of you on a regular basis about constituents or leaks, or Senator Ben points out frequently we're fixing the same leak for the nth time. The borrowing that we're pursuing now will allow us to actually go in and make a permanent fix as opposed to just another clamp and another Band-Aid. And we know we need to do this system-wide, and this borrowing is that step, is the beginning of taking those steps to do those kinds of things. So we hope that the body will consider the legislation favorably to give us the flexibility by raising the interest cap, give us the flexibility to use the Build America bond if it's better for the people of Guam, and that's the intent of the legislation before you.
Thank you very much, Senator Sanchez. Dr. Olive, would you like to provide any comments before I open the floor for questions?
Just very, very briefly. This bill revolves around 2 concepts. First concept is the uncertainty in the current financial market, and the second concept is the ability or the flexibility for GWA to adjust to those uncertainties. And I think that's the real crux of what we're trying to do here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Olive. All right, Senators, I will open up the floor for any conversation or any discussions. I apologize because copies of the list of projected projects that the resources and the funds will be applied towards is in the process of being duplicated. But other than that, there are 2 documents in front of you. One is the ratings information, interest rates, and credit spread that was provided to you, each of you. And then also another one was a communication from Ms. Ali Limtiaco highlighting the necessity to consider perhaps the rate change that we're considering at this point in time. Any general questions or discussions on Bill 365? Senator Judy Gutters, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen from GPA, GWA, CCU. The question I have really relates to what the impact of this will be on consumers of your services. That's really my concern, is the affordability of GPA power and GWA water and wastewater services as a result of actually both these bills. Have you done an impact study on the rates? And can you share what the impact would be on the ratepayers? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gutters. Senator Simon?
Yes, thank you, Senator. As you know, when you were on the CCU, we implemented a 4-year phased-in rate plan to gradually raise rates slowly, so we didn't hurt ratepayers significantly, and that allowed us to borrow the $102 million. We followed that same script as we looked at the next borrowing trench, and so in 2008, the PUC approved a 5-year phased-in rate plan. It would, beginning with October 2009, a 6.6% rate increase was implemented. FY10, last August, a 14% rate increase was implemented. Next year, this coming October, an 8% rate increase will be implemented. Then it goes to 5% in 2012 and 8% in 2013. So when we first started, when you were there, we had a 38% rate increase phased in over 4 years to help pay the debt service on the needed capital improvements. We now have a 5-year rate plan already approved by the PUC that will raise rates gradually over 5 years, about 43%. The average customer today has a $60 water bill, if they're on the sewer line. Their water and sewer line is about $60. So over the 5-year period, by 2013, their monthly bill would be about $84. So it's going up, $4 to $5 a month each year until 2013. But because of the success of the last phased-in plan, which when we went to the market, as you recall, we had never borrowed money at GWA. We sold the bonds very quickly. We got a very good interest rate because the market saw confidence in the CCU and GWA in their willingness to tackle a difficult situation with gradual rate increases phased in over time. We have now repeated that same approach to make sure that we are able to have enough money to pay for these improvements and to show the financial markets that we are able to do this, have a track record of doing this, and we try to it'll help us with better interest rates, which in the long term is better for our ratepayers since it will lower our cost of borrowing. So we do have an already approved PUC rate plan, approved 2 years ago, basically. The one thing we did put in the rate plan that was different than when you were on the CCU, Senator, is every June we have to report back to the PUC. Did we hit projections? When we said a 14% rate increase would produce these results for GWA, did that happen? So we're preparing for that meeting in June. It's required every June, and if we pass muster, then they will implement the next pre-approved rate. So the PUC will look at us again every year. And if we have more success, like the meter program is really turning around for us. When you see the latest financials through March, last year we made $1.9 million. Through March we've made $2.5 million already. And that's because revenues are up, because the meters are calculating right, more meters being put in the ground. We hired a third-party engineer to come in and help us look at what was the problems with the meters. We brought in the meter vendor, and the meter vendor is very well known. It's a global provider. These Metron meters you can find everywhere, but sometimes you have challenges when you implement them, and we have overcome those challenges, much to the credit of the GWA employees. There's a meter task force, and what they've done in the past 15 months to diagnose why they were failing, what part of it was failing, and there was even some internal things. We still found customers that were consuming water but weren't getting billed. Well, now we're catching those customers, and we're back billing them for 4 months, which is what we're only allowed to do, 4 months. But more importantly, from going forward, they're now in the revenue stream. And those turnarounds and plus management's ability to control costs is having GWA turn another positive year. And we're hopeful that with this legislation, with the last 2 positive years of GWA, when we go to the market, we were all surprised in 2005. We got 5% money. I mean, we didn't think we'd get it that good. And so we're hopeful that the improvements of the utility in the last few years will help bring that rate down. But as Dr. Olive has said, and as our financial advisors have said, there's still uncertainty when you go to the market. You're never quite sure what they're going to price. And so they just want a little more flexibility. So exactly the way you helped last year with the GO bonds and you raised the interest cap, that's the basis for the request there. And the Build America bonds is just to allow us to use that tool because it's available. We're going to see if it means cheaper money.
Senator Gutsis, does
Yes,
that answer your question?
So in other words, the previously authorized rate increases, the rate increase plan, will be adequate to cover the costs associated with this action.
Yes, actually, this borrowing and the next one we're contemplating in 2012, although we'll still have to come back to the legislature for permission.
Okay. Later, I'm going to ask you about GPA when we get to that. So
They're
thank you.
right outside.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Gutierrez. Speaker Wampet, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. You mentioned earlier about the build, wanting to take advantage of the Build America bonds, and I'd like to know what dollar amount will be made available that GWA will be able to qualify for.
The total amount, I'm not sure. Did they tell us exactly how much? The way it's been presented to the CCU, and Greg can talk about it, is when we go to the market, we're going to explore Build America bonds, and we're going to just explore triple tax exempt financing and see. First off, you have to have someone willing to loan you the money on the Build America bond side. Is there a?
I mean, I hope you're just not throwing this out as a possibility, because I know that recently with education there were specific dollar amounts that Guam, was going to be would be eligible for, and I'd like to know then is that Guam will be eligible for these, or are these just for the United States, and we're just throwing this in to make it look good somehow, in the presentation? I mean, you must have an idea.
Was there a breakdown provided by the underwriters, Greg, on?
I don't have that information.
Frankly, Madam Speaker, we believe that it's all going to be triple tax exempt because we think that rate's going to be better than the Build America bond rate. So when we did the borrowing, we just said this is the amount we want to borrow for these projects. They came back to us and said, well, let's go the traditional route, triple tax exempt, but if Build America bonds are available, they'd like the flexibility to use the tool. It really comes down to price. I mean, if all 118 million can be done under Build America bonds, and the interest rate is lower than a triple tax exempt, we'll take that loan. But if it's better to stay triple tax exempt, then we'll do that. I think it's really just a movement on flexibility. The bottom line for us is the interest rate. We want to pursue the structure of the financing that gives the best and lowest interest rate to the ratepayers. And if it includes Build America bonds or a blend of Build America bonds and revenue bonds, we'll do that. But really, this is just a flexibility move. There's not a specific amount tied to the Build America bonds, because if the interest rate is wrong or it's higher, then we're going to do triple tax exempt. And so we didn't want to limit any aspect of the borrowing that, well, this loan has to be Build America and this loan has to be triple tax exempt. If the cheapest is triple tax exempt, they're all going to be triple tax exempt. If Build America bonds, and given, as you're right, Madam Speaker, there are some limitations on how you can use Build America bonds. If some of these projects that we would fund fit the profile and produce an interest rate that is cheaper than triple tax exempt, then that portion of the loan would move to Build America bonds, and the remaining balance would be triple tax exempt. All we're asking is the flexibility, the permission to look at that tool if it's better for the ratepayers. But we didn't assign a specific portion of the 118 million to one financing tool or the other. We're going to use the cheapest ones available for the ratepayers. It may be a blend, it may be one or the other.
Speaker Wampet, you still have the floor.
What would after you've, I'm sure then maybe you've done some calculations with 7.5% interest rates, what would the total cost be then to the consumers for a $220 million loan?
Well, bear in mind that in 2005 you authorized us to borrow 220 million, and we borrowed 100 million of that in 2005. So that's already in the rate base, and that's part of the 38% rate increase that the CCU and the PUC got approved. That was implemented between 2004 and 2008. It's already in the rate base. So now we're just borrowing the next 118 million out of the 220. All right, and then as I explained to Senator Guthertz, we have a 5-year, 43% rate plan already approved by the PUC to pay the debt service on $118 million, and then another borrowing in 2012, subject to the permission of the legislature.
So just give me the breakdown then for the first phase. What was the total interest rates that?
For the 5%, 5.5%, our blend? We got 5% in 2005 on the first 101 million.
And what does that come up to?
What's the debt service?
Debt service, and that was approximately $8 million a year.
8 million a year.
Yes.
Correct.
And for how many years?
Thir-
That was
30
30.
years.
Maturity date?
30 years, Madam
30
Speaker.
years. And then for the phase 2 is 120 million, and you're looking at probably 7.5%. And what would be the debt obligation?
That is approximately about $10 million a year.
And the maturity date
It's,
or years?
30 years.
30 years.
Yes.
So because in the bill you have here a maturity date of not later than 2055, that would be like what, 45 years. So, but you're telling me now that you're looking at 30 years. So why are you on page 2, line 9 of 2055 if we're looking at 30 years?
Yeah, again, I think it's this issue of flexibility. If we go to the market and there's 40-year money that has lower interest rates and the debt service is lower, we would want the flexibility to
So you
borrow
have no
it.
indication at all from the
Right now, we priced it as a 30-year note, but we're asking for that flexibility because there in the last few years there have been 40-year notes for infrastructure projects in the market. So that's why we'd like again the flexibility to see if the payment is better for the ratepayer. And the nature of these investments, they are very long term. They should, if we maintain the system properly, they shouldn't last 40 or 50 years. So if we can pay for them over 40 years, it's cheaper than if we pay for it over 30 years. It's better for the ratepayer.
The chart that was handed to us for the uses of the funds, so these are going to be the exact same projects that are listed here: the water treatment, water distribution, water storage, wastewater collection, wastewater treatment. All of these are the exact same projects as well for phase 2.
These are the projects that we intend to fund with the 118 million. These are new projects.
These are for the new ones.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a list of the first phase? Of
Not with us.
projects?
We can provide that to you, but not. But the easy ones, the meters were 16 million. The ones we're implementing. The Agana treatment plant that didn't work for 10 years that now works, that was 10 million. 2 outfalls. Remember how we had an outfall here that leaked right into the bay? Well, now we have a brand new outfall here and at the northern treatment plant. No leaks, and it goes out further and deeper. Those were 18 million. So the big ones were the meters, Agana sewage treatment plant, and the outfalls, and those took up almost half of the $100 million.
Yes, so we would like to have a copy of that as well.
We'll provide that.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Speaker Wampet. Speaker Pangilinan, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. When would the proceeds of the original bond be all deployed in terms of contract and spent?
Well, how much we have left? But
We have, out of the original construction bond proceeds, we brought it down to about maybe $15 million. Is the last time I
15?
Yes, it's
1.5?
down to 1.5, yeah.
So all of the other ones have already been designed, bidded out,
and
contracts awarded?
and finished, like the Agana treatment plant is finished. Like
Right.
Ugam will go online at the end of the month. That's 8 million.
Okay.
Those have already been contracted. We keep, as you know, there's a reserve as you finish projects, then you do the final payoff.
Right.
So like, we haven't paid for all of Ugam, so that's still in that 15 million. When Ugam is done, we pay them the, 10 or 15% holdback.
Okay.
But that's what that is. We're going to move, we had some issues on the tank inspection. Well, we're going to move some of the first bond money. We met with EPA and Len and Greg figured out that we can take some money from the remaining bond funds of 2005. We'll apply that to the tank inspection. We're buying some, we paid for some additional meter components at a discount from the vendor. We're using that. But that's the remaining balance. It'll be all wiped out as we finish the first set of projects.
So almost by the end of the year, maybe?
Hopefully, I mean, well, the meters, I think, may take a little bit longer. Go ahead. Yeah, maybe by the end of next year.
Okay.
Mainly because of the meters.
Yeah.
We're still trying to sort that out.
You gave us this chart that outlines the projects that will be funded by the second borrowing. And the second borrowing you anticipate to be how much?
118 million?
118 million.
Yeah. Then you've got reserves, cost of issuance.
Yeah. So how are you going to, what are you going to do with a $30 million loan?
The $30 million, as you know from the prior bill, 20 of the 30 million is to allow us to borrow this money by having the reserves funded.
Right.
All right. Then, and that's actually a 5-year loan, and we'll just pay that off over 5 years to Bank of Guam, and then be done with it.
Right.
And then that 30 is 20 for the reserves, 5 million for the moratorium project, so we could get going on the design. Then the rest of the money for the moratorium project is in this $118 million, and then there was 5 million for working capital and payables.
So what I'm trying to get at, I think, is that something's got to be adjusted then in terms of the borrowing, isn't it? Because are you going to have, you're going to borrow, originally you would borrow the 120 and fund your capital reserves, your reserve accounts out of the 120 originally, correct? Not at all.
No. That's why we needed the bank. As you recall, with the bond covenants, we can't go to the bond market
Right.
until the reserves are funded.
Funded.
So we had hoped to generate the reserve money from operations between 2005 and 2010. But the main reason we don't have $20 million in that 5 years is the oil crisis that cost everybody more power expenses than anyone projected in 05. We spent $17 million for power, more than we projected in 05 because of what happened in 08, 09, what everyone went through. So that money would have gone into reserves. Instead, it went to the oil companies that supplied GPA.
Yes.
And the Navy raised its bill. That cost us an extra $2 million a year. And when we in 2005, we said we should have the reserves funded from operations.
Right.
But between 2005 and 2010, 2 significant things happened that were not anticipated: the increase of oil and the increase of Navy water, and 20 million that would have been in a reserve didn't end up in a reserve. Now we had to borrow it from Bank of Guam so we could do the next borrowings.
Right. So my concern is that you'd go out, borrow the 120,
Mhm.
you have a $30 million loan, you have your existing $101 million. How does your financials look?
It looks good.
Of now having a 5-year payback on that 30 million, plus an $8 million debt service, plus this new $10 million debt service.
Now
So
you
your total debt service on a yearly basis,
Be about
let's say in
20 million a year.
2000,
Be about 20 million a year. Correct.
And your total revenues are?
will be, they'll approach this year, 60, yeah? 60. And then remember that we're in the middle of a 5-year, 40% rate increase. By 2013, revenues are going to approach 70 million.
It's still like almost 30%?
Well, as
25, 30% of your gross revenues?
Correct, but as you know,
goes to debt service?
the utilities are not people-intensive businesses. They are capital-intensive businesses. You will always have a high portion of your revenue streams go to capital-intensive, like your home mortgage. It's the biggest check you write each month. So
it doesn't matter. What matters is the cash flow to support the debt service.
True, and in the 5-year rate plan approved by the PUC, we envision the 30 million and the 118 million, and even the 2012 borrowing that still will come before you. All of that was factored in, and that's what produced the rate plan approved by the PUC that said over the next 5 years, we'll grant you a 43% rate increase, sufficient to cover your operations and debt service and your debt service coverage requirements. So we factored all the borrowings into it, and remember, by 2016, the $2 million a year from, I'm sorry, it's how much is the Bank of Guam loan? It's almost $5 million a year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, by 2016, that goes away.
Right.
So what's nice for us and nice for the ratepayer is by 2016, we won't have to budget for the Bank of Guam loan, and we can either, keep rates stable or use that cash flow for other improvements without raising rates. But we did factor in all the borrowings that we're contemplating as part of our 5-year rate plan. We had to. The PUC wanted to know. They asked the same question you did. what are you planning to borrow? How are you planning to pay for it? We ran the projections, we did, and they accepted it, and they approved the rate plan that we're now implementing.
Okay. I'm a little, I want to get some real clarity on this net yield issue that you have here, that the bonds shall bear an interest rate, and it's on page 2, at such rate or rates, and shall be sold for a price, for such price or prices, as shall result in a net yield to the bondholders not exceeding 7.5%. Now, I'm trying to kind of translate that into what that means. And if you're saying that it not, because now you're talking to the individual bondholders, so his net yield on his investment must be 7.5%.
Cannot exceed that, correct?
Cannot exceed 7.5%. And is net yield equivalent or the same, synonymous with taxable yield?
The real impetus for this language, and again, we get this
Yeah.
from Stan Dirks and the team, remember the Build America bonds.
Right.
A taxable loan rate might be 10%, but with the Build America bonds, the federal government will buy it down 25, 35%. So it's possible that we could borrow from a private lender on a taxable basis at 10%. We run it through the Build America bond program,
Yeah.
and the feds say, okay, you'll get 10%, Mr. Bondholder, but I'm going to pay 3.5% of it, and GWA will pay 6.5% of it. So the net yield is just to reflect that after, if we use the Build America bonds, and we apply the subsidy from the Build America bond program that the federal government will pay, then what is the net yield that GWA has to pay to the bondholder that remains? And that's why the net yield is in there. And it was a good it's a very good point. We expect taxable interest rates are always higher than non-taxable, and the Build America bonds allows them to buy it down.
That's why I'm trying to equate and understand the implications of using the term net yield versus using the taxable yield versus using their yield period to the bondholder.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter whether it's net or gross to the bondholder.
Well, it does to GWA.
But you have the Build America bonds in a different portion of this.
No, it's in the same section, sir.
I know it's in the same section, but you reference in order to be able to take advantage of the Build America bonds or other federally subsidized program, net yield to the bondholders shall be calculated.
There you go.
Yeah.
And we subtract the subsidy but again, because you're capping the overall interest rate, whether they're triple tax exempt bonds or they're Build America bonds, the most you'll allow us to pay or to borrow so that we protect the ratepayer is the most you'll allow us is 7.5%. When you talk about Build America bonds, though, as you know, there's two pieces. What's his gross yield?
Right.
Let's say in our example it was 10, and what's his net yield after the feds pay their share? And you're just making sure that if we use Build America bonds,
I fully understand what it's doing. I'm just trying to understand the placement of that in here, where we're authorizing the gross amount, and then where does it say Build America bonds? Where does it authorize the Build America bonds? It only references the tax advantage of Build America. In other words,
doesn't line 17 say in order to be able to take advantage of Build America bonds?
Yeah,
I mean, we can clean up the language if you like.
Where in the language does it say you can either go triple tax, you can go the traditional method, or GWA can participate in Build America bonds by issuing where does it say you're issuing Build America bonds?
Well, we're hoping that this language is sufficient, gives sufficient comfort to you, and if it doesn't, I mean, obviously you can amend it.
Yeah, it's in the intent, but it doesn't authorize GWA to it. It's just like it doesn't authorize. You're saying, I mean, can you issue taxable bonds without
Sure.
legislative authorization?
No, we can issue bonds up to 220 million, but
Right.
none of us want to do taxable bonds if we don't have to because the rates are always higher.
Yeah, but in your authorization to issue bonds, is that implicit that you get to issue taxable bonds if you wanted to?
Well, we're authorized to issue revenue bonds in which our borrowings are secured by our revenues.
I understand.
Now, the structure of those bonds, as you know, can vary greatly depending on the marketplace. We have today a tool in the marketplace we didn't have in 2005. And
Yeah.
we're just asking permission to do it. But you authorize us to issue revenue bonds. And actually, even when I was in the legislature, you don't necessarily tell the authority, which specific type of borrowing you can do. You just say you can pledge your revenues as security against a bond. Now, you go get the best deal, and what we thought, and we look for any amendment you think that can strengthen it, we just want to make sure that we're, one, telling you, no matter how we borrow it, it can't exceed 7.5% in interest that GWA pays and that ratepayers would have to pay, whether we borrow it as taxable or non-taxable.
Why don't we say it in that manner rather than this net yield to the bondholders? Why don't we just say that it doesn't matter what it is and who it goes to, whether it goes to the lender or the bondholder? I mean,
yeah, I think.
Why are we kind of? To me, we're kind of complicating it with the net yield issue.
Well, but the net is important for the Build America bonds, because the Build America bonds have a gross yield, and yet we only want to pay the net yield because of the buy down. So that's why Stan wanted us to put the words net yield in. If it's a triple tax exempt traditional bond, we don't have to worry about net yield. We don't need the word. The yield is the yield, right? The bond rate is the bond rate. But we know with this tool, Build America bonds, the yield to the bondholder is going to be higher than what the
Again, Simon, I'm just trying to get to the mechanics of this, and maybe they're better at it than I am. But I know that I've been able to kind of look at some things and say, should we separate the two? Should we separate the authority for? Shall we now have a section A that you issue revenue bonds, B that if the Waterworks Authority issues Build America bonds, rate shall be at such a rate, and just make the two very distinct so that you don't blend them. You know what I mean? Because the net yield then is if you do a portion of triple tax exempt and a portion of Build America bonds, do you blend the two and take the average rate now?
Well, if the blending of these two loan instruments produces a lower interest cost overall to our ratepayers, then we would blend them. If the triple tax exempt is better by itself, then we won't use Build America. But because it's there, at the recommendation of Stan Dirks and our advisors, are saying we may want to use that tool. But if we use that tool, we need language that says net, which is what your concern is. You want to make sure the interest rate isn't any higher than 7.5%, because there's an instrument of borrowing we could use that has a gross yield to the lender, but that's not what we pay. We're going to do the net yield. So this was the language recommended by Stan Dirks to put in the legislation, the law that was passed in 2005. We're open to changes, but this is what our bond counsel recommended we ask the body to consider for language. And he signed off. He was the one that put in the net, and he signed off on lines 17 through 21 yesterday. So this is the latest advice from. So he's chosen to consolidate. He's recommending. Stan Dirks is recommending you keep it all in one section. If you want to split it out, that's up to you. We defer to you. But Stan Dirks says at least at a minimum, based on the 2005 law that was passed, the section that allowed us in 2005 to borrow money needs to be amended, and this is his recommended amendment. Put in net yield on line 10 and clarify, as you're suggesting, clarify that we're putting it in, and this came up at the hearing, Senators Uggan and Ada brought it up to clarify, just what you're saying. And so that's why we added the language describing the Build America bonds is what we're talking about. And why we're even talking about the word net yield. It's only because of the Build America bonds.
No, I understand that. I'm just afraid that I'm afraid of possible interpretations on this thing, and I can see where, I can look at this and I can see where there could be some possibilities here, and some people may say, well, who are you to question, Mr. Dirks, who's done all this? I just know that when we've relied on our bond counsel, and kind of deviated from some of our own gut feelings in here, and that we've actually had to come back and change it because they've said, oops, And so I want to flush that out, be very clear on it, for the legislative intent purposes, for legislative discussion, because I can see something going a little bit hazy and cloudy in the way this is written. So I'm concerned about that, and I'll just put that on the record. The other question I had...
Speaker Pangilinan, did you want to follow that up with an amendment, or...?
Unless I kind of get into a discussion with Stan and
would you? They're standing by. Would you like us to try to reach out to him?
Those are my concerns, and so maybe I'll just reserve it. I mean, you could check with him again, based upon those concerns, and see if there's a better way of structuring the language. But if this is the way to go, I'm prepared to come back and change it when
if they say oops.
Whoops. And again, it won't be the first time that we have done that.
No one's infallible, that's for sure.
The other question I have is in the handout you gave out here, on the I guess it's the 30-year general obligation AAA versus BBB municipal market data. And it shows us the spread between the 30-year rate of BBB versus AAA, of which AAA is the more favorable rating. So isn't that reversed?
Yes. Ollie just emailed us that we all picked up on it outside. It should be the other way around. The AAA is obviously better than the BBB is obviously more expensive than the AAA.
Okay.
Yeah, you caught that as well as us. We can clean that for the record. That was a mistake.
I think we need to clean it up for the record, because this
it's
is
exactly the way you understand. It should be the other way around.
Yeah, and yesterday the Federal Reserve met and kept rates at near zero.
Mm-hmm.
So why are we here adjusting the borrowing authority up?
Well, as you know, the rate that you talk about is what they charge banks. That's not what customers get. The bank, and of course, all of our borrowings are based on Treasury rates. So you've got the rate they set, then you add the Treasury rates aren't at that rate either. They're higher, and then we're not a AAA rated entity. We're a below investment grade entity. So there's for that risk of having loaning to an entity that's not as highly rated as another entity, there's a margin on top of that.
Yeah, but they're shrinking. They're shrinking and we're expanding.
Yeah, but it's similar to what you went through with the GO. At the end of the day, for similarly rated utility issuances like ours, given borderline investment grade, which GWA is, we're just below investment grade now. For those kinds of borrowings in the last 4 months, the spreads have been in an area where they, just to give us that flexibility, are recommending that we raise the cap from 5 years ago from 6.5% to 7.5%. I mean, that's just being flexible in a marketplace. As you know, you never really know till you go to pricing. We were pleasantly surprised when we did GWA in 2005 that it was much lower. You set the cap at 6.5. We got it at 5.5. That was a good thing. We expect to be below 7.5, but we don't want to have a 7.1 ready to go, and yet the cap's only 6.5. Or we don't want a 6.6 ready to go, and the cap's only 6.5, and we have to run back to the body and say, can you change the law? I mean, we want to get these projects going. We want to start fixing leaks and fixing things.
Okay. And when do you anticipate the issuance of this?
We're finishing, in fact, we're supposed to meet with R.W. Beck. The engineering report that's required for all bonds is underway now, and that should be done sometime in June. So we think we'll be presenting to the rating agencies late June, early July, and funding in August. That's our timeline, July, August, to actually have the funding. The engineering report's going to take another 30 days to finish, and you can't,
Funding will be in August,
July or August.
so you'd go to market in August?
Yes. Is that okay?
The proceeds will be deposited into the bank for use by when?
July or August. As you know, it's funded immediately. The bonds are sold, you take the money and you deposit it.
Ooh, can we put an amendment?
Senator, this is your body. You can do whatever. What type of amendment,
How
if we may ask?
How about you take out you include $7 million for the bond payment due in 2011 for the general obligation bond that supports GWA?
Well, that wasn't in the rate plan approved by the PUC.
But it's only $7 million.
But then we would have to cancel $7 million worth of projects that would fix things. And now the challenge is,
But then you'd fix all your meters by then, and you'd have your cash flow.
well, that was sufficient to cover the $240 million of bonds we're going to borrow.
so hard.
Well, I mean, $7 million is important to you and it's important to us, and we'd rather, we need to put projects in the ground. And rather than just trade financing with the government of Guam, we'd love to fix something with it. So when we believe all 100, we intend to be spending $300 million in the next 3 years. About 118 starts with this. We did not contemplate when we went to the PUC that we would spend $300 million and take out the general fund. That wasn't in the plan. So if you change it, we have to go back to the PUC, get their approval for it. So even if you change it, we can't guarantee it until the PUC gives authority. They have to authorize it. And then ultimately, we would just have to sacrifice $7 million in projects for loan financing.
What if we increase your authority up to by $7 million?
Well, again, we still have to get permission from the PUC.
No, I understand that.
Right. I don't. Yeah, you could do that. We'd love it.
Would you be willing to think about that?
We can think about it. We would just have to go back to the PUC if it's, if the impact is, 0.1% on rates,
Right.
then let's do it.
Yeah.
But if it's a 1% rate increase to pay off the loan, then, then that would be a different argument. So, we could do that, Senator, if you want to, as long as you increase the borrowing authorization.
Yeah, and do it that way rather than.
And then if we could ask, well, yeah, and then I guess we would also like to have the ability to increase the 118. What if we can do it with this instrument, as opposed to the one in 2012? If we can.
No, the one with this instrument.
But is the payoff in 2010 the same as in 2012? I imagine it's higher. So what would that number be?
It'll be paid off in 2012.
Okay, so you think the balance now is $7 million?
That would be your debt service payment for 2011, yeah.
Debt service, or you're asking to pay off the loan, or?
Debt service. Because I think there's only 1 or 2 payments.
Oh, you're
left.
asking us to pay the debt service on the loan?
Right, by including that debt service in this issue. So it's almost like refinancing it.
Well, what if we just paid it off?
Well, I'll be happy to see if you could do that.
That helps the general fund.
Yeah.
Right. If we have, the debt service is what, $3 million a year?
7.
7. Well, what we don't want is a $7 million debt service on top of the 8 we have, the 10 we're going to get.
That's not, no,
right.
I'm saying
so
that
I'd rather borrow $7 million, take it out.
Okay. And,
right.
And relieve the general fund.
Yes, that.
Of
What was
that
the interest rate on that, on the GO bond?
I'm getting that information right now.
For flexibility purposes,
Yeah.
Conceptually,
For
increase the
flexibility
borrowing,
purposes.
add $7 million, or whatever the payoff is.
Right.
But just so that we're on the same page, the goal would be to pay off the loan.
That's correct.
And not absorb the debt service.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's
and
correct.
Then that'd be a great idea, if it's okay with this.
I know the chair shouldn't be debating too, but I'm just curious, that interest rate on the GO bond, if it's lower than the 7.5%, it doesn't make sense to take out a lower.
It doesn't make sense for GWA, but it certainly makes sense for the general fund that we're looking for next year to try to fund
Hay studies,
all the other things.
There's a study.
So I'm just trying to build some flexibility. And, for the last 20 years, the general fund's been paying this on behalf of the Guam Water Works Authority and paying our water bills.
But not the fire hydrant bills. But you're right. That's exactly right.
So,
we'd be open to that, Senator. It's
okay.
As long as it allows us to do what we're planning to do.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to try to gather that information. Actually, I am getting it gathered. So,
Okay.
So can I reserve?
Sure.
Possibly.
Sure. Anybody else?
That question was asked and answered.
Well, Senator Pangilinan is gathering information right now regarding the general obligation bond. Okay, Senator Blas?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And actually, the question is on behalf of the speaker who, forgot to ask the question earlier. And she wants to reserve her second chance to ask questions for another
All right.
question. So she's using my first round questions to answer her question. So you said that this sheet here, this delineates the projects that you're going to embark on. Should you be able to get the 115 million?
118 million.
118 million. Okay, but the total here is 97 million.
Right. The difference is the cost of issuance. Every time you do a loan, you have closing costs. Remember, you also, like the general obligation bonds, you have to put reserves in. You got to put 1 year's debt service in. So we're borrowing that. We're also, as we do with the GO bonds, we capitalize the interest. So we're putting that in there. So we borrow 118 to net 97 because the bond covenants require reserves and there's closing costs.
Okay, well, then when was this list put together?
It's been developed over the last year or so. Len's team, we looked at the master plan. We looked at needs. Len, I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about that, how we developed the list, but it's pretty much flows from the master plan.
Okay, did you take into consideration, first off, although this list was about a year ago, and then fluctuating prices with regards to the cost of doing these projects, as well as change orders. Was that all factored into the estimated cost that you have here?
Yeah, these are our best estimates of what we think the projects will cost, but as you know, I'll give you a good example. In 2005, when you authorized us, well, you weren't with the body, but when we were authorized to borrow the 101 million, we thought the Ganya treatment plant would only be 4 million. The bids came in at 10 million. The outfalls we thought would be 8 million came in at 18 million. So we do run the risk of what we think it will cost and what it actually costs, that there may be a differential. And what that forced us to do is we couldn't do all the projects we originally thought we could do in 05, because when the bids actually came in, they took up more money than we thought they would. So we cut from the bottom. So some of the projects we hope to do in 05, we're now throwing back on. We wanted to have the SCADA system 3 years ago, but we didn't have the money to do it because the other projects of higher priority cost more than projected. So it's no different than when you borrow for the general fund. You make a guess at what the school, great example. What does the new JFK going to cost? We got 3 quotes now, and they're all over the place. But when you authorized it, you had an idea, but you really never know. So we hope we've put in a fudge factor. Len,
Yeah. Typically, we use a 15% contingency fudge factor. So these projects do include a contingency in them,
15%. Okay. Of these projects that you have here, is it very safe to assume these are just projects relating to organic growth and the needs based on current population, or in other words, there's nothing here that's tied to a military buildup project, is there?
No, there's nothing, Senator. As you know, we've publicly stated that we expect everything related to the buildup to be paid for by the federal side. You know, the system has needed investments. The master plan we adopted in 2007, before the buildup was announced, projected the need to do $1 billion worth of upgrades in the next 25 years, whether the Marines show up or not. And that's for both existing customers where the system isn't good enough. We're upgrading UGM for $8 million. UGM is giving water to the south, but after we put $8 million, it's going to give more water to the south, and it's going to give it cleaner and faster, and it won't have turbidity problems. So that's helping existing customers get better service. And then, of course, Guam will continue to grow, so we have to continue to invest in capacity or upgrades as Guam grows. But we're behind the curve, as we all know. Our systems have needed investment for some time, and we didn't do them in a timely manner. We're playing catch up, and this really is a continuation of catching up. And these have to be done whether the Marines show up or not.
study this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Second round.
Thank you, Senator Blas. Anybody else? Senator Hagen? Nothing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and gentlemen. Welcome to the halls of the legislature, and thank you very much for pushing this particular initiative. Just a few things that I would like to put forward as points of clarification. First and foremost, I think Senator Sanchez, Mr. Chairman of the CCU, you had shared that because of the net metering program, or the metering program, that the replacements, that you were able to generate additional revenues. Now, my question would be more or less, what was the additional revenues as a result of fixing that system? Secondly, I've taken really a position, and I've shared this with the oversight chair, that the increase in revenues may have resulted partially in efficiencies being incorporated, partially as a result of the metering program, but most importantly, as a direct result of the 14% rate adjustment that took place on August 1st of 2009. Because even in public statements that have been made by representatives of GWA and CCU, that has never, I have yet to hear that as part of the overall equation in terms of explaining why GWA is seeing the light at the end of the tunnel in terms of your finances. But I wanted to ask that specific question, Mr. Chairman, only so that our people can understand exactly what the results are of that program.
Greg will give you a good example. In this fiscal year, from the March statement, the mid-year statement, what was the increase in water billing, revenue billing?
As far back as maybe June of last year, Senator, our monthly average revenues on just water and wastewater was 3.8, 3.9. Now,
Well, I noticed in your financial statement, the close end of year, I believe you were in the red by $4.6 million.
Yeah.
No.
In March,
You're talking about GWA in 09?
GWA.
No, we made $1 million.
09.
We made $1.9 million in 09.
09?
Yes.
Then that
and then
report
you know,
that I just saw.
as recent as last month, I mean, we're pushing closer now to $5 million a month in just water and wastewater revenues. So we've seen it grown like from 3.8, 3.9 to almost close to $5 million.
So it's been like think of it like it's gone from 4 to 5. So that's like a 25% rate increase. So I mean 25% increase in revenues. Now the rate increase was only 14%. So the other 10% is coming from better meter readings. People actually paying for the water that they actually consume.
Okay. The other question is just like looking at the legislation, I really like the idea that Speaker Pangilinan had. Mr. Speaker, I apologize for mentioning your name, but the good senator from Barrigada has shared about the possibility of trying to segregate the ideas, the train of thoughts in terms of the legislation, because it would minimize any confusion, and I don't see any reason why Bond Council may have any serious concerns in regards to that. But I take that position only because obviously when you're looking at a $220 million borrowing threshold, you're looking at the regular market conditions and then possibly participating in the Build America bonds, that perhaps would provide more clarity. But I do not have, Mr. Chairman, a amendment at this point in time. But just looking at that idea, certainly it's something that's worth perhaps revisiting. The other question I have, and I think it goes back to the good senator from Manila who asked about what the impact would be to the ratepayers, and I just wanted to ensure that our people understand that it would not, or conditionally, it may not result in increased projected rate adjustments above and beyond what has already been approved, pre-approved. And if you can just clarify that, because I know the initial rate adjustment was in August, took effect August 1st, 2009. You have several years cumulative rate adjustments of the base rate. So if you can just please clarify that for me.
Yes, I mean, it is our intention to live within our means. We were given this authorization to gradually increase rates. We have structured our operating budgets, our borrowing plans to fit only within that stream. We agreed with the PUC that we will also look at it every June before the next year's rate adjustment is implemented, to see if we don't need it or we can reduce it. We would do that. We purposely asked for an annual review. So you've got the PUC forcing GWA to come back every year to justify the next year's rate increase, even though they've given a blanket authorization. And they gave us that because they knew we needed to go to the bond market over the next 5 years and start fixing things, and the only way you can do it is to borrow the money.
And what is the anticipated time frame in terms of being able to proceed to the market?
We hope to be we finish the engineering report in about a month. Then we got to go to the rating agencies. So that takes us, late June, a little bit early July, and then once you need a couple of weeks, the rating agencies to issue their rating. That's why I said to Senator Pangilinan, maybe late July, early August is when we would fund. But as you know, once you have the rating, you go to market and you can fund, and you want to go to market as fast as you can because you want the rates, grab them while you can.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, that's basically the line of questioning I had. I think that when we look at the rate adjustments that have been incorporated, obviously is benefiting the entire agency. When we look at acquiring an additional $118 million for projects that we know full well that this community needs to implement to upgrade the infrastructure and the services to our people, and knowing that, in fact, one of the general statements and questions that was posed and one of the general responses about this rate adjustment or this bond borrowing was whether, in fact, any of the projected projects in the schedule of events would reflect military build-up requirements. And the response at that point in time was that no, it would not reflect military build-up, but it would reflect upgrading the infrastructure that we presently have in place to accommodate not only accommodate the civilian community in this respect. So I certainly endorse this idea of allowing them to be able to get those additional proceeds and continue to see improvements in the system. So let me just close with this general statement. I know that I've had an opportunity to meet with some of the management and also a few of the staff members on the sideline, and I think that based on the performances over the past several years, that certainly we've seen a lot more effort coming out of productivity coming out of the agency itself, and that's a tremendous credit not only to the leadership, but I think most importantly to the employees within GWA. So please extend our congratulations and continual success in what you're doing, because getting the resources is one thing, but having the manpower to implement some of these programs is another, and that's the type of workforce that you presently have. So I certainly stand in support of the legislation. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Reagan. Any other senators wishing to speak?
Yeah, there's actually, I'm sorry, there's 2 years, there's 2 years remaining on that. And Greg, the debt service on that is actually $9.8 million. I think your $7 million is your GWA bonds, right, and the $9.8 is the general obligation bond, Section 30 bond.
Oh, but when the 9.8 came when we were asked what this bond will cost. Oh, that's where Greg was asked what's the debt service.
$10 million for this bond.
$10 million for the 2010 bond.
Right.
The $118 million borrowing.
Right.
The
And
first bond was 7.7.
7.7, and the ones that's the bond, the 2001 series bonds, the Section 30 bonds for the Guam Water Works Authority being paid for by the general fund is about $9.8 million a year.
Right, and what's the payoff?
The payoff is about, well, I'm just saying
20
million.
Okay.
So and the rate fluctuates. I think it's the coupon rate averages about 5.5 on this one. But what I would like to do is allow you the flexibility to explore that. And so what I'm going to propose is that would be to increase the 220 to 240, of which 20 shall be used to retire the bonds, the outstanding bonds. And then you can do the calculations, you can do the financial analysis with your financial consultants, and if it makes sense, of course I'm going to work with you very closely to see you the sense in doing that, help you so that you can help us, and then ultimately it becomes your call in terms of whether that's going to be something that you can handle given your current projected revenue streams and so forth. Yeah. But I want to provide that authority in this authority.
Yeah. I mean, the general fund is that loan originally helped POAG. Right,
Yes,
and it was refinanced. It was in the early '90s, then it was refinanced in 2001. So the people benefited from as customers of POAG, but the general fund paid for it. So I mean, I know you've been thinking about this for some time, and
Yes.
I've kicked this around. How do we do it?
Right.
And as long as it's if we're paying off the debt, so 20 million over 30 years is going to be, if 120 million is 10 million over 30, then 1/6 of that. It'll be about 1/6 of 10, about
Yes.
$1.6 million.
Yeah.
It'll be about $1.6 million. So right now, the challenge, I think, is $1.6 million on our current revenues is about a 2% rate increase.
Right, and so, like I said, I think that we'll see, you know, you can work out the financial analysis on that, and, you know.
Yeah, see if we can do it.
See if it can be done.
Yeah, okay.
So
Yeah.
is that your motion, Senator?
Yes, and I'm
To
having,
amend then line 8 on page 2 from 220 to 240?
that's correct.
Any discussions?
And that would be of which the 20 million shall be used to retire the 2001 Series A bonds and any other general obligation bonds for which GWA has received the proceeds of.
Okay,
And that's being written up right now.
okay.
And again, it doesn't require it. It just allows the, you know, GWA to take a look at that now with this borrowing, you know, rather than trying to go to market 2 or 3 times on this issue.
Okay. All right, no objection to that. Well, I guess we probably should wait for the amendment, the written amendment. Okay. While we're waiting for that written amendment, anybody else have any? Yes?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question in regards to that, because I think a lot of it goes back to the borrowing capacity that GWA may have right now, based on the existing revenue base that you have, the projected revenue base that you will have as a result of any adjustments, future adjustments in terms of your rates. Now, looking at that, I think it's good to look at consolidation, but then if it's going to result in an additional adjustment of 4% for the ratepayers, now that's where.
About 1.5. I just did it in my head. If debt service on 120 million is 10 million, then debt service on 20 million will be 1/6 of that. So that's about $1.6 million. So we're a $65 million company now today. So 1.6 out of 65 is something like, it could be a 2.5% rate increase. And I think you're just asking us to look at it. I mean, if it's a bad deal.
Did you always get an A in your calculus class or your algebra class? I just want to reaffirm whether in fact your numbers are correct before we
second best in
a
numbers to
calculator.
Senator Pangilinan.
Are you sure it's 1.6 or?
Well, I mean, if 120 million is 10 million a year, and we're going to borrow 20 million, 1/6 of 120 million, then the debt service should be roughly 1/6 of 10 million, and that's $1.6 million, right?
Well, at any rate, the authority is going to be, the ceiling is going to be raised,
Right.
and they're going to go back and look at it.
It still has to be approved. You know, if it results in a rate increase, it still has to be approved.
That's correct.
By PUC and all that.
Yeah, but I think, like you said, we have a true-up opportunity in June. We could say, look, the legislature's asked us to look at this.
To look at
They've
it.
given us some flexibility. You know, out of 43% over 5 years, you know, can we finesse that 1/6? We are getting more efficient. We are catching some revenues, and to me, it's the kind of thing that I can see what it does for the general fund. That saves you $10 million a year. The ratepayers benefited from this financing because it went to water projects, not general obligation projects. It didn't build a school; it built water stuff. So I can see that, so you know, that's kind of the common good argument. You know, as you said earlier, how do we work together to help people? We'll see if we can finesse it and kind of blend it into the rate adjustment.
That would, Mr. Chairman, that would absolutely enhance the finance chair's ability to be able to move resources where the requirements are. So
Sure. I
certainly
have no
taking that
problem.
into consideration.
So now
I guess
time's
we're gonna
really of the
need
essence.
to get some copies made.
Anyways, that was my initial inquiry, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
They're getting copies of the amendments made, and then we'll vote on that, and then I think that will probably wrap it up for Bill 365. Madam Speaker?
Thank you very much. I just had an Excel amortization formula done just to look and see if we're able to use the Build America bonds. Can you hear me? Okay. And I mean, I had an Excel amortization done just to see if the Build America bonds was to be used, because, and at $120 million at 7.5%, a term of 30 years, then the annual payment, as stipulated earlier, was like $10 million. And with the Build American bonds, in which 35% of the interest then could be paid, towards this loan, then it would actually come down. There'll be a savings to the government, and the annual payment would only then be $7 million. So that would definitely, help.
What was the interest rate you used for the
same-
Build America bonds?
The interest rate then would be dropped at 4.5% if you did the.
But you're presuming that
Yes.
the taxable interest rate is only going to be 7, bought down to 4.
Yes.
What the market's actually more like at 9 or 10, and you buy it down to 6 or 7. That's why we're asking to raise the cap.
Yeah, but just to, for ourselves, just to see this, because you started to talk about the Build America bonds, and it is in Section 2, of the bill. Then I think that's something definitely that you should pursue, because it'll be a big savings to the government.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Okay, I think everyone's got a copy of the amendment proffered by Senator Pangilinan. And the amendment is to, on page 2, line 8, to increase the borrowing authority from $220 million to $240 million. And then the language on line 17 after the word Exhibit A is that $20 million of the principal amount shall be used to pay the balance of the Government of Guam Limited Obligation Section 30 Series 2001A bond and any other portion of bonds or loans paid for by the general fund revenues for which the Guam Waterworks Authority has received proceeds.
That 2001 is the refinancing of the original.
That's right.
And then we just want to make sure that we're not aware of what other general obligation loans were taken out that help POAG or GWA. But I guess with the language, as long as we can't borrow more than $20 million anyway.
Yes.
So even if it was $30 million of things, we would only do 20. But your intention of the legislature, if this passes, is to pay off that 2001.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, any objections to the amendment? Senator Argan?
No,
Just thank you very much. Not an objection, Mr. Chairman, but in terms of looking at this, now just a clarification, obviously the bond reserve fund is under the guise of the general fund, not GWA?
Well, no, we'll have to get reserves. We're going to, in fact, we'll probably have to borrow 20. Actually, Senator, that's a good point.
No, but this,
you know how we're going to have a reserve?
Section 30 Series 2001A. Now, the bond reserve fund is under the guise of the general fund, not under GWA. Is that the situation?
No, but I think you've raised a good point. It just occurred to me. If we want to net $20 million in loan proceeds,
right,
in order to have the reserve and the capitalized interest and the cost of issuance, you may want to authorize us to borrow $25 million. Because each borrowing has a cost of issuance. Each debt service, the $1.6 million that we're going to need for debt service, if we borrow this extra 20, we need to put that. We need to borrow that and put it in
reserve. In this
reserve.
particular case, if you're able to acquire
the
the net
here because the total payout.
Senator, go ahead.
If you're able to acquire the additional $20 million and pay off this bond, then wouldn't that release the bond reserve fund?
Oh, on the GO side, I'm sure it would. That's going to help you.
Okay, so that's on the GO side. I just wanted a clarification as to where the release would originate from, whether it's under GWA set aside or under GO.
But when you asked that question, it reminded me that when we borrow $20 million, there's a reserve. So we're only going to net $18 million or $17 million or because there's every increment of borrowing, you pay a cost of issuance. It's a percentage. The debt service reserve for another $20 million is $1.6 million. So that's all I'm suggesting is if our goal is to net $20 million so we can pay off that loan, let us borrow $22 million or $23 million.
No, because the outstanding balance is about 18.4.
Oh, okay. So
that's why.
Okay, perfect. So as long as we get enough to net what your goal is, then
the outstanding
perfect.
Balance on that,
and that'll work.
Okay. Any further discussion on the amendment? All right. Any objections? There being no objections, amendment passes.
Thank you very much, Senator Ada. On the bill number 365 as amended, any other discussion? No other discussion? Then, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our discussions on bill number 365. That's 3-0, and it will be reported back to the full legislative body accordingly. This concludes our discussions for this measure. We will return at 2 p.m. this afternoon to discuss the other measure with regards to the borrowing ability of the Guam Power Authority, bill number 368-30. Senators, this is new borrowing for an expanded list of projects, so I would strongly recommend that you take a look at the measure and some of the projected costs to be assured or projects that will be covered as a result of this legislation. And I would also would like to request the CCU chair as well as any other representatives from GPA to be able to join us this afternoon. And ladies and gentlemen, for those who are watching, this is an act relative to approving the terms and conditions of the issuance of GPA of revenue bonds to finance the local matching portion of the cost of the smart grid project, to fund certain other generation, transmission, and distribution projects, to fund the cost of an administration building, to refund specific outstanding GPA bonds, and to approve the terms and conditions of the issuance by Guam Power Authority of subordinate revenue bonds, to fund certain reserves and refund its outstanding obligations relating to its commercial paper program. So with that in mind, this committee of the whole will recess until 2 p.m., whereby we'll initiate discussions on bill number 368-30. Thank you, Senators. Make a commitment that we will reconvene at 2 p.m. this afternoon, but because there's a simultaneous meeting taking place next door, we will reconvene at approximately 2:45 p.m. with the Committee of the Whole to initiate discussions of bill number 368-30 COR, and also we will have representatives from GPA as well as the CCU join us this afternoon. So the Committee of the Whole will be recessed until 2:45. Good afternoon, Senators. The Committee of the Whole is now called back in session. We will be entertaining bill number 368-30 COR. And once again, just for purposes of the public's consumption, it's an act relative to approving the terms and conditions of the issuance of by GPA of revenue bonds to finance the local matching portion of the cost of the smart grid project, to fund certain other generation, transmission, and distribution projects, to fund the cost of an administration building, to refund specific outstanding GPA bonds, and to approve the terms and conditions of the issuance by Guam Power Authority of subordinate revenue bonds, to fund certain reserves and refund its outstanding obligations relating to its commercial paper program. And incidentally, that particular title was partially, if not wholly, prepared by the Bond Council, so it wasn't necessarily the sponsor of the legislation. At the moment, I'd like to recognize the presence of... I'd like to go ahead and... Yes?
Yeah, I just raised a point of order. Did
Sure.
we rise from the Committee of the Whole?
We... Not yet.
Because No, on the
I
matter of
understand the
Bill
motion.
365.
I understand the motion, Senator Respicio, was to be able to entertain both bills simultaneously with the committee of the whole, and then the committee to rise and report back to the main body. Unless that was not.
That was my original motion to address both bills while we're in the committee of the whole. But some members had a concern, and so procedurally, really, committee of the whole is one issue, one item per. So that's why I wanted to entertain both at one time, so we don't have to rise and then resolve, and that was my point. But when the speaker asked if there were any objections, she got a feeling that they were. And so I revised my motion to say
Thank you, Senator Respicio, for that clarification.
procedurally we'd have to rise formally and then.
I was under the impression that your motion was adopted, so I apologize.
My original
Stand
motion
corrected.
was adopted, so that we
Madam
would
Speaker, if we
proceed
can
as
report
such.
back to you, please. 1 minute recess.
Is back to in session. Senator Respicio, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Committee of the Whole just concluded its discussion on Bill number 365-30, and it's as substituted by the Committee on Economic Development, Health, Human Services, and Judiciary, with its main sponsor being Senator Tom Atta, and the Oversight Chair being Senator Frank Blas Uggan Jr. Too many Frank Blases and Uggans. So, Madam Speaker, at this time, procedurally, it's my duty to make a motion that we rise from the Committee of the Whole, and with any amendments being made to Bill 365-30 while in the Committee of the Whole remain intact, and the Committee of the Whole's recommendation is to pass Bill 365-30.
On that motion, then, without any objections, so ordered.
And so
we've
risen, and now we're on Bill 368, and at this time I move that we resolve in the Committee of the Whole on the matter of Bill 368, on a bill that's sponsored by Frank B. Uggan Jr., Thomas C. Atta, and Adolfo B. Palacio Sr., and then I move that the Oversight Chair, Senator Frank Uggan, be the chairman for this Committee of the Whole.
On that motion, without any objections, ordered. We're going to take a brief recess so that we can have the officials come into the session hall.
Good afternoon, Senators. The committee of the whole is now called to order. Just for purposes of recognizing the individuals, the members of the House who are presently available, Speaker Pangilinan, Senator Tina Muñoz Barnes, Senator Tony Ada, Senator Telo Taitigui, Senator Tom Ada, Senator Adolfo Palacios, Senator Rory Respicio, Speaker Wampat, and Senator Frank Blas Jr. The committee on the whole will proceed with the initial discussions of Bill number 368-30 COR. And prior to any initiations of discussions, the rules of engagement, Senators, is that I will open the floor for general discussions by members of the committee or members of the body for 5 minutes, and then we will proceed section by section analysis. So please, if there's any amendments, please withhold any such amendments until such time that, in fact, we come to that particular section. Other than that, if I can ask the Sergeant at Arms to please swear in the individuals who are presently here representing GPA and CCU. Thank you very much, Mr. Sergeant at Arms. Senator Rory Respicio, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, would it be more appropriate if you, as the sponsor, gave an overview of Bill 368?
I've asked the good chair of the Oversight Committee, who's also a co-sponsor of the legislation, Senator Tom Ada, to provide that
but you'll
briefing.
be doing that then.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Respicio. At this time, I'd like to ask the co-sponsor of the proposed measure, Bill number 368, Senator Tom Ada, to please open the floor with a brief discussion in terms of the legislation, and then I will allow for the representatives who are here today to be able to identify themselves, provide some general open comments, and then open the floor for general comments from members of the body. Senator Tom Ada, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Bill 368 is seeking authority to approve, to provide authorization to the Guam Power Authority to go out to the bond market and borrow approximately $220 million, I believe was the amount, right? $220 million, basically for the purpose of funding 7 projects. One of them is to provide actually a matching amount of $16 million that GPA had recently received for a smart grid, for the installation of a smart grid in its network. Another project was to take out a loan I don't think I want to go in that level of detail. I'll save that for the panel to go into more detail. But basically, the bonding, the bond that's to be acquired will be for the purpose of providing a matching grant for a smart grid project, and then to provide funding for certain generation, transmission, and distribution projects. Also to fund the cost of a facility that would co-locate much of the facilities and operational facilities for Guam Power Authority and Guam Water Works, to build on property that was given to them by the legislature back since 1994, to refund some outstanding GPA bonds, and to approve the terms and conditions of the issuance of subordinate revenue bonds, and to refund its outstanding obligations relating to a commercial paper. So that, as really a broad overview, Mr. Chairman, is what 368 proposes to do, and I think the details of it can then be presented by the panel.
Thank you very much, Senator Ada. For the information of the body, there was also an additional document that is entitled Guam Power Authority Presentation to Legislature Guahan, dated April 27, 2010. That has some general information in regards to the proposed legislation. I'd like to go ahead and recognize the Vice Chair of the CCU, Commission Member Mr. Duenas, and to just identify yourself for the record, identify the other individuals who are represented here, and proceed with any general comments that you would like to provide. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that opportunity. My name is Joey Duenas. I'm the commission member for the Consolidated Commission on Utilities. With us today from GPA is our general manager, Mr. Ken Flores, our CFO, Mr. Randy Wiegand, our AGMO, Assistant General Manager for Operations, Mr. Andy Belhaja, our legal counsel, Mr. Graham Botha, our controller, Cora Montagnaro, and Melinda Camacho, who is our chief engineer? Engineering manager.
Thank you very much, Mr. Duenas. If you would like to make some general comments, otherwise I'll pass it over to the general manager, and then we can proceed with
I'd
open
just like
discussions.
to make first off, I'd like to thank the legislature for expeditiously hearing our bill today. The impetus for this is really the smart grid. We received on March 11th, I believe, the final award, and it's a matching grant. The total project is in the neighborhood of $33 million, but we need to come up with 16 point something million, and thus the need to go out and borrow money to be able to do these projects. That's the impetus. The other impetus is we do have a commercial paper loan out with Cathay Pacific Bank, and that particular credit facility was guaranteed through an insurance guarantee with AMBAC. AMBAC is not doing well in the global market, and that has led to us suffering because of their financial concerns. So those are the two pressing issues that we do have, and we thank you very much for allowing us to be here today and to present ourselves and our needs. I'd like to ask our general manager to really go through a broad overview of what it is we're trying to accomplish today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Duenas. Mr. Flores?
Thank you, Commissioner Duenas, for that. And Senators, thank you again for such a short notice and a very expeditious response to our requests. We provided the Senators with a presentation that I presented at the public hearing the other day. It summarizes our financing overview and the purposes and the goals that we want to achieve with the bonds. If you can bear with me for a few minutes, I can go through that very quickly. If you like, Senator.
Senators? Okay, you may proceed.
Okay. The financial overview on page 2 of our presentation indicates that we're requesting about $220 million in financing through different instruments of bond borrowing, taxable, Build America, and tax-exempt bonds. There's existing 93 and 1999 outstanding bonds that there may be opportunities to refinance to improve cash flow and provide better cash relief for GPA. All projects that we were requesting the legislature to covenant to will be approved and must be approved by the PUC on a case-by-case basis. So that requires their regulatory review before we actually contract and solicit for any contracts for those projects. Just for your information, GPA is currently investment grade with Standard & Poor. We're BBB minus with a stable outlook. We had anticipated an upgrade by Fitch and Moody's sometime this year. That has yet to happen, but we are presenting in mid-May, May 17th, to the rating agencies and a different insurer for our bonds so that we can hopefully convince the agencies that we have a better credit profile. It would be extremely important that we reduce our costs by getting this opportunity. The investment grade is eminent. We believe that we're confident that we have a good story to tell. Our financial plan for the next 10 years with a rate plan of 5 years has been finalized, and we are soon to file that rate plan with the Public Utilities Commission very, very shortly. And it's an integral part of the financing of these bonds. On page 3, I just want to indicate what I'd like to talk about. These are the items that we're seeking funding for. The smart grid financing, commercial paper loan takeout with Cathay Bank that is currently indicating a default through no fault of GPA for about $20 million, and that's mainly and solely due to our insurer becoming downgraded and with actually regulators seizing their assets just this last month. There's a working capital fund borrowing component of $27 million that is a part of this bond. Our indentures require that we have a fully funded cash of about 1 month of expenditures. It's based on fuel plus operating expenses and our IPP costs, and that amount is about $27 million today. The internal funded projects include environmental compliance, substation generation and transmission and distribution investments of plant and assets. That's about $52.5 million in total costs for the capital projects. The Fadian Utility Complex and Campus, which is a multi-purpose facility that would include an operational relocation of an operational section of our system, the Dispatch Control Center. The Dispatch Control Center has been declared a critical infrastructure with the Homeland Security. During Typhoon Pongsonghua, we were threatened by sea surge to completely flood the building, and it's wise to relocate that and away from all our generation assets out of Cabras, and that's one asset that needs to be relocated. In the event that there's a WMD, weapons of mass destruction, or a catastrophe at Cabras, we can continue to operate the system with a remote site. Refunding of outstanding bonds I mentioned with the 93 and the 99. So as we go into that very quickly, I want to just brief you on smart grid, and that's on page 4. Page 4 is indicating that we, in our application, and I want to emphasize one thing, that I think the island should be very proud of this award, of more than 100 applications from different utilities. GPA's application was ranked number 4 and awarded one of the highest amounts for ARA funds from DOE, US DOE. The total projects that we indicated in our application to modernize our grid with smart grid technology is $33.2 million, as you can see in this slide. Half of that has to be funded by GPA. The other half will be funded by US DOE with a grant. The pressing issue here, which is really driving our request for the bonds, is that we have to show a commitment to funding in 120 days. And that's July the 8th, I believe, when the actual award was issued, and we accepted the award given those terms and conditions. Among other things, it includes a modernized metering and infrastructure system. It looks at the goals of the smart grid includes self-healing grids. In other words, if there's an outage, you can very quickly know that there's an outage and know exactly where the outage is. Send crews out there in a very detailed mapping system that can minimize and improve customer service with this grid. It also enhances the ability for renewable power to connect to the grid and actually see what renewable power is doing to the grid or to neighboring customers, and so that there's no adverse power quality impacts to those customers in the surrounding area. Currently, with the existing technology, you cannot do that. You will connect to the grid, and you will find that you have a problem, and then you're going to try to hustle to try to fix those technical and engineering matters, and it may be very difficult. In some cases, it may even be impossible. Under this initiative, smart grid will be funded by tax-exempt bonds. Because of the technologies being invested, this would be a 10-year maturity, and with, I believe there's a capitalized interest period that we won't start paying P&I until at least a year out after the award is made or the issue is done. On page 5, we have the commercial paper loan. Our current line of credit is with Cathay Bank. It's up to $20 million. It started as a tax-exempt commercial paper program, and then it resulted into a commercial paper that's taxable. And then a few years ago, at least maybe 2 years ago, our insurer started to have trouble, during the financial crisis. This is AMBAC. They insure and enhance our rating to AAA, and in our indenture, it specifically states that AMBAC has to maintain a very high credit rating in order for us to be in good standing with our facility provider. That has since passed us now, and AMBAC's in big trouble, and Cathay has issued us a letter of default. We've negotiated terms that were slightly better than the default terms. Interest rates would have been 15%. We got them to back off from that to maybe 7 or 8%. However, in doing that, in conducting those negotiations, we had to cough up about $5 million of our self-insurance fund as collateral. Now that AMBAC is in junk bond status, it has worsened its financial condition. They have now given us a notice a few weeks ago that they want more, or they will call the loan, or that they would be more strict in enforcing their default requirements. This bond issue, Senators, is a big picture approach to solving a lot of GPA needs, and it's what we call righting the ship. There's a default out there that is affecting our ability to borrow bonds. So as part of this issue, and with your authorization, taking out these bonds will simultaneously take out the Cathay Bank loan and clear the default. And our underwriters I believe that this is a very, very good thing to do. Otherwise, if the outstanding default is in place, it would be very difficult for the market to see this as an acceptable situation. The borrowing for this would be a 5-year term. It's on a taxable basis without any capitalized interest. So it will immediately take out Cathay, and then we will begin to pay debt service on this particular issue. On page 6 is showing the capital funding, working capital fund borrowing requirement. I mentioned it's 1 month's cash as required in our current indenture. It has been very difficult to keep anywhere close to $27 million. In my written testimony, I show a graphic that over the last 4 years, every time we have to pay a ship, we accumulate up to $17, $18 million in cash, and then it's dispersed because there's a revenue lag associated with the LEAC revenues of almost 5 weeks or so. So you see a very stochastic graph in my testimony that shows that it's never been fully funded and never consistent to be maintained as a $27 million emergency reserve. The PUC will vote, I believe, or at least schedule public hearings and adopt a stipulation between Navy, GPA, and Georgetown recommending a surcharge. The surcharge is about 5% on the total bill, which will be implemented August the 1st. With this bond borrowing and with your support and your kind approval, we can avoid and reduce the surcharge to fund this particular cash requirement by about 9 months. So we will push it out to April 1st. It's going to be about 9 months of capitalized interest, and we will reduce the actual surcharge amount to fund this by about 2 or less than 2% on the total bill. Again, in this particular case, because these are non-capital type investments, this is a working capital cash reserve. The borrowing for this instrument would be on a taxable basis with about a 9 months capitalized interest on this borrowing. On page 7, I just want to show the senators what's been happening with GPA over the last several years. We are depreciating close to $28 million in assets on an annual basis. We should be investing back into the system by at least that much. I've indicated in my graph here that it's only about $12 or $11 million, half that. I have witnesses here, our engineering manager, Mr. Andy Balaja, they can attest to budgets every year are well in excess of these amounts, knowing that there are system priorities that need to be done and need to be improved and upgraded. We're well behind the curve here with investments. About $4 million out of the 12 or 11 million is just customer-driven line extensions. So only about 8 or 9 million is really true investments back into plant and assets. So, you know, it should be upwards of $25–26 million as opposed to $8 million. Now, what we've tried to do in our financial plan is to try to borrow these bonds for about a 3-year internally funded capital program so that we can get these projects funded and actually implement it sooner rather than continuously push them out year after year after year. So, you know, with the very tight cash management that Randy and Cora has implemented with GPA, it's been very difficult to fund these essential needs for capital. On page 8, I just want to, it's just a reiteration of what we're trying to do here with pushing out any rate increases, accelerating forward capital improvements, funding our working capital, and allowing some cash flow relief so that future growth can fund some of these borrowing requirements and the debt services that is needed to pay off this borrowing. I've indicated general categories on page 8 that we wish to fund under the bonds. It's $52.5 million. Generation improvements is a major portion of your outage causes today, and it has been for the last 3 years. When we trip a unit, for whatever reason, we lose other units because of system stability, and we want to invest back into these systems, one, to make it more reliable, and then two, to make it more efficient. And so that more than about a half of all total outages for GPA is attributed to just generation-related outages. The $16.9 million would now help mitigate a good portion of those outages and reduce that for ratepayers. It's a dramatic improvement that we will see with these investments. Substation transmission and improvements, that's a huge investment. The Igana substation next to in Mongmong, the Tumon and Dededo, they were built in the early 70s, mid 60s. We have to replace it. It's not a matter of when. It must be done as soon as possible. We cannot expect reliable service out of these pieces of equipment, being that it's close to or more than 40 years old. So these are things that we've been pushing out and just try to make do with preventive maintenance. But it's prudent now, this time, to start replacing these assets and retiring them and modernizing the grid so that we can have long-term sustainability. Distribution improvements, another significant investment into the grid. It will augment smart grid as well as convert underground lines such as the Tumon laterals. We did not have enough FEMA money to continue the underground line to the commercial port, so we have converted some of the critical facilities of the airport to completely underground and mitigate those from storm damage, and we want to continue that with the distribution improvements. Build America bond, I'm confident that the senators have got a good explanation from the Guam Water Works earlier today. There's a significant subsidy of up to 35% on the interest we would have to pay. The U.S. Treasury would pay GPA on 35% of the interest that is on the taxable issue or the taxable bond portion of this issue, and that would reduce our total interest expense on an annual basis. Now's the time, and this Build America, we believe there's an expiration of 2010 December. Here is a window of opportunity where investments can be accomplished and borrowed against for improvements at a very reasonable cost with this ARA opportunity, this stimulus opportunity. Environmental compliance on page 10. We will be building another baseload power station in about 2017, and in order for us to build this power station in a very cost-effective manner, we have to redesignate the Cabras PD or the Tangisan power plant zones. And if we don't do that, it's going to be very costly with stack emission scrubbers and all the requirements that are necessary because it's a non-attainment area. The environmental compliance and this network of air quality monitoring systems is real-time monitoring of air quality, and it documents air quality for at least 3 years so that we can petition the US EPA, lift the non-attainment area, and and build a plant where you don't have to impose a lot of the very expensive stack emission requirements. In addition to that, the US EPA has insisted that we maintain continuously these ambient air quality monitoring so that air quality standards are assured for everyone around those areas and throughout the island. On the next page, on page 11, we have the Fadian Utility Campus. The cost estimate for the campus for about 125,000 square feet is about $35 million. Again, it's under Build America. It's a Build America bond. We've hired an architect with a financial team to do a business case analysis for the PUC to approve. This is a multi-purpose facility. This is not just relocating our offices from Harmon to Fadian. This is relocating the dispatch control center to Fadian, consolidating our training facilities for our apprentices and future apprentices. It's also a consolidated facility so that we can take displaced, I will call them displaced GWA administration, engineering, and accounting folks that are now housed at DPW temporarily, and to put them under one facility where we would have an MOU or an agreement for being in the building. GPA would own the building, GWA and GPA would cohabitate under one roof. It provides more than, 400 parking stalls, makes it convenient for customers to come in, and it will also allow us an ability to harden our transportation and our T&D sections up at T&D, because we're in a Butler building. And the last storm blew off a quarter of the T&D roof, and we did not have a home for the first 2 or 3 weeks until we secured the roof. So we would harden that, relocate transportation where there's integrated synergies between the two divisions because they're high vehicle use, heavy equipment, and so forth, and allow consolidation of common services with GWA. So that is about $35 million. It would be under Build America, estimated to be, with that, the project is about $1.5 million in additional savings for GPA and ratepayers. By the way, in 1994, the legislature authorized a deed to GPA for about 15 acres of property, along with GIPA and the Department of Agriculture. So we're adjacent to GIPA and Guam Agriculture, so that there might be a very nice campus for those other government entities to cohabitate. The reason why it has taken so long is we've been negotiating an easement for years to get access because it was landlocked with the Guam Community College and a private owner to get the 40-foot easement opened up. And we've now recorded the map. There's an official land registration and the map recorded with land management. So, and we are now at a 35% design submittal for the property based on this $35 million estimate. The other thing that's pressing on this is that we have, our lease expires at Harmon. We're renting about 50,000 square feet. We've been renting for at least 5 years, and I think there was another term of 5. We were paying about $800,000 a year for that building, and we are concerned that market rates, because of the military buildup, would drive market conditions, and we don't know where that's going to go. The business case analysis with our financial consultant will determine how that would look in the next few years. So, in 20 years, this building would be ours, and it would be a facility that we would design for LEED certification, LEED Silver. It will be all the particulars. We would even design solar panels to help reduce our demand, our energy costs for the utility, and set a model for energy conservation center, smart grid, and encompass the dispatch control center as a showcase for the ratepayers to see how smart grid is actually performing throughout the system. I also want to emphasize in page number 12 that there are no military associated projects with this bond issue. This is even with the military not coming to Guam, these are projects that we have to do anyway because it's the right thing to do, it's the prudent thing to do, and it keeps the system reliable and safe for for ratepayers and our employees. On page 13, I show how the amounts were derived. And again, these are based on assumptions. Our underwriter has given us certain interest rates that we could lock in, and therefore we can lock in the capitalized interest for 1 year, 2 year, 3 years. And so you see how those actually come out. The actual revenue bond projects is about $106 million, with the cost of issuance, the bond reserve fund, capitalized interest, and contingencies will amount to about $155 million in actual cost. The contingency could be for enhancements of ratings. It could be if interest rates change, then it covers the additional capitalized interest in that row there for additional costs. For the subordinate revenue financing on page 14, you see the working capital fund, and which is 9 months of capitalized interest. The commercial paper loan with no capitalized interest for $20 million. The total amount is $47.4 million. The issuance cost, the bond reserve of $3.35 for debt service, and capitalized interest for the working capital fund, and the contingency for about $12 million. The total is $65 million. And I believe I want to hand this over to our chair on the next slides to show how the impacts were derived on rates based on our 5-year plan that we will petition the PUC in the next few weeks to come.
Thank you very much, Mr. Flores. I'd like to recognize the presence, and yes, senators, he was sworn in the side room only because this is a separate matter that we're discussing, but the chair of the CCU. Senator?
Thank you, Senator. Sorry I was a little late. We wanted, on page 15, and then we'll walk you through page 16 and 17, we wanted to give some perspective. As always, you're concerned about rate impacts to ratepayers. And on page 15, what we wanted to show you was the base rate history of rate adjustments. As you know, your bill is made up of an oil piece, a fuel piece, and a non-fuel or base rate piece. And fuel accounts for, unfortunately, still 2/3 of your bill. So the 1/3 of your bill is what pays for debt service, payroll, public-private partnerships, and all the non-oil related costs. And if you look at the history of the base rate, you'll see that from 1995 to 1998, there was graduated rate increases of about 15%. And then there was 10 years before another base rate adjustment. Now, all of you know, in a 10-year period, as you deal with the GovGuam budgets, insurance went up, freight went up, materials and supplies went up. Things, the cost of doing business on Guam or operating a utility or a government went up over a 10-year period, but we held the rates. Senators Atta and Guthertz were with us at the time. The oil price was killing our community so much, we were really hesitant to touch base rates, and so but we were forced to touch them in 2008 with a small 3% increase, and then 2 years later, a 2.8% increase. And if you recall, you helped us. When you figured out a way to pay the streetlight bill, you allowed us to delay the base rate adjustment and reduce it, similar to the same concept that we're talking to you about financing on the working capital surcharge that is currently before the PUC. So you figured out a way to help ratepayers by figuring out how to solve the streetlight problem, and that led to just 2 small increases, one in 2008 and one in 2010. So there's only been a 5% increase in the last 3 years. But now with this borrowing, there would be the need to increase rates to get to pay for these projects that Ken has just outlined. And on page 16, you'll see that with your help, what could occur is the working capital surcharge that is 5% slated for August of this year would be pushed back 9 months to April, and it would be reduced from 5% to 2%. So just like you helped us with the street lights, you would also be helping ratepayers by delaying and reducing a rate adjustment. And then as you can see, in 2011, there's a 2.4% increase, 2012, a 2.3% increase, and in October 2013, there's a 5.6% increase. You should also know that the structure of the working capital surcharge is a 5-year note. So the 2% that would take effect next April drops off in 5 years. So in effect, we'd actually be reducing a rate 5 years from now, and we would only have a smaller base rate adjustment to service the debt. So it's still a challenge for our ratepayers. We understand that. We don't do this lightly. But I think you can see from the history, we've tried very hard to delay rate increases. You've stepped in before to help us do that. With your help, you can help us do that again. And that the impact is about a 10% increase spread out over 3 years. I'm sorry, about 12% increase spread out over 4 years on ratepayers. But it gives us the money to do the projects that Ken described. And then at the hearing, Senator Teitigui asked us to provide some real-world examples. And so on page 17, 18, and 19, you will see the examples. Page 17 shows you the working capital surcharge increase that would take effect next year. The average residential customer using 1,000 kilowatt hours, and I know many of you look at your power bill and go, who's this average customer that only uses 1,000 kilowatt hours? But that's the way the numbers work. The average residential customer uses 1,000 kilowatt hours. The surcharge impact would be about $9.68 if you look to the far right column, if the surcharge takes effect in August of 2010. With your help, we can reduce this and cut it by more than half to a $4 a month rate increase. That would only be 2% of your total bill. So on page 17, if we're not able to get this working capital, this loan that we're proposing for you, then the impact on the average ratepayer would be 4%, $10 a month. With your help, we can delay that for 9 months and reduce it to only 2% and only $4 a month. And $4 a month, to a family, that's $50 a year. That pays for meals. That pays for something. And to the degree you can help us help our ratepayers, it would be greatly appreciated. Then we wanted to show, as Senator Teitigui requested, what would the rates look like going forward. And as we've described to you, as I just described to you, you can see in 2011, 2012, and 2013 what the additional increase would be. The surcharge is already in there, the $4 a month, if you help us with the change. And then on top of the $4.44 a month, if you look down to the next to the bottom line on this description, the additional increase is another $4 a month. So, and that's these percentage increases that we were describing, that I was describing to you earlier. For the residential customer, it's about 2%, 2%, and 4.5%. That's a little lower than the numbers I presented to you previously because remember they get the Lifeline discount. Residential customers do. The Navy doesn't get a Lifeline discount, and the commercial customers don't get a Lifeline discount, and the government doesn't get a Lifeline discount. But Dun Maria gets a Lifeline discount, and the idea was to have these larger entities subsidize Dun Maria to keep her rate as low as we could. So that's page 18, and then on page 19 we took a look at a government account, a larger government account, so that as you think about future budgets, you get an idea of what that impact would be. And the numbers flow as I described, as shown here on page 19. And that was to respond to an inquiry from Senator Teitigui to be prepared today to show you what a typical bill might look like and what a typical impact might look like. And so we wanted to include that at the request of Senator Teitigui. But that in a nutshell is the request that we have brought to the body. The request to borrow up to $220 million, which will allow us to do about $155 million worth of capital projects, get our working capital fund where we want it to be, pay off Cathay Bank finally, and get that out of the way, and all of which strengthens the balance sheet of GPA, which gives us a chance when we go to the market to be able to attract lower interest rates for our needs, and all of which is to the benefit of the ratepayer. The projects are needed. We're excited about the opportunities to create a campus and consolidate our operations and protect that control center that is at risk where it's currently located. We're having conversations now with GCC and the University of Guam. As you know, the university is thinking of developing their engineering program. We're thinking of providing scholarships to the University of Guam for that engineering program. And we've talked with Dr. Underwood about using our training center together, where classes could be held to train our people, classes could be held to teach classes. GCC, same thing. There's obviously assistance. GCC can do technical training if you're not pursuing an terminal degree. You can provide training there for our employees, and we're willing to share the campus space and the faculty. So there was a vision of the legislature back in the 90s of trying to use our government land more wisely, and we see this as a great opportunity to take it, take that vision and implement it. And we sure as heck don't want to go another 20 or 30 years of $800,000 a month in rent and climbing and spend, $16, $25 million in 20 to 30 years and have nothing to show for it. So we hope that you'll give consideration to the legislation, and we hope we provided you some information that will help you make a decision.
Thank you very much, Senator Sanchez. As was highlighted a little earlier, we're going to open up with general discussions or questions from the body, and then we will revert to section by section analysis and any proposed amendments. So I would like to request that any proposed amendments up front, that you withhold that until such time that we reach that particular section. Any general comments? Senator Tony Adam, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We did discuss earlier in the public hearing about the notice of default, and I just had additional questions on that. Just to bring my colleagues up to speed a little bit on it, if you can just go ahead and discuss what you mentioned to me that night of the public hearing, where we brought the notice of default up for discussion, that Cathay Bank was going to go ahead and call on the note, and that you went back to the mainland, you spoke with the president and CEO, and you got some good ideas as to
Thank you, Senator Tony. Are you referring that to the GM of the
Yes,
chair?
yes, Mr.
Okay,
Flores.
Mr. Flores, thank you.
I think I'm glad you remind me, Senator Adder, of that issue. When they gave us the recent notice of default and a request for additional collateral and an increase in their interest rate because of the default by AMBAC, they had suggested that we come and meet with them face to face in Los Angeles, their headquarters. Both Randy Wiegand and I left last week. Actually, we visited the CEO, the president, and their credit director to try to convince them to please hold off and not issue a modification to this default, simply because we have a plan in the next 90 days, actually as soon as June, to liquidate this and to take the Cathay liability off their books. It was a struggle. They were very hostile in the beginning. Before we even sat down, they were very skeptical about the utility being profitable. They were very skeptical about us getting sufficient rates to have sufficient cash reserves so that it can improve our credit rating, and to provide additional cash to shore up some of the issues associated with AMBAC. But we had calmed them down. It took over an hour and a half to convince them. But I think what we saw from the CEO was, when we presented our financial plan for the next 5 years and actually up to 10 years, it was very convincing that the plan was well thought out, and it was developed so that there would be sufficient cash flow and healthy debt service by year 5. So we were building up our cash reserves and building up, starting from about 1.4, 1.3 debt service to about 1.75, as prescribed by our policy with the PUC. And we did not do it overnight, but it showed that we would be healthy, and that those cash reserves and the cash flow was there. That's what they wanted to see, and that's really was that one slide in our presentation. We left there with a very high degree of confidence that they would hold off and not amend their current default. And we felt very comfortable that the president, the CEO, was very willing to. He didn't say it outright, but he said he was willing to probably extend it until June, until we take the Cathay Bank loan out.
If they were to call back onto the loan immediately, let's say before the next 90 days, what kind of impact would it have on the authority?
Borrow.
And yes,
Yeah, our problem is that the AMBAC company has created a new company, and they've placed all their, quote unquote toxic assets in the new company, and then the Wisconsin Insurance Commissioner took over those toxic assets. That's kind of put everybody on notice that AMBAC's got problems, and so what they're threatening to do is to say we're currently in an agreement with them. It's a one-sided agreement where they've agreed to hold off on any default procedures and to give us a lower interest rate than the default interest rate. But they have the ability to revert that at any time. And so what their option is to end this waiver of default, charge us as being in default, and then make a claim on AMBAC for repayment of our loan in full. And if that were to happen, we'd be tied up in this AMBAC bankruptcy, and we think that would increase our cost of money, if not make it impossible for us to borrow. So that's what they can do, and that's why we felt it was so important to meet with them in person and allay their concerns that we are a going concern. They don't need to worry. Their credit is in good hands, and we're trying desperately to get this taken out in the next 60 to 90 days.
okay. And you did mention that the default interest rate is from 15 to 17%, correct?
15%.
And that you guys did kind of negotiate with them like at a 7-8% rate?
We're at a variable rate right now. It's their prime plus 4%. So I think it's 4.5% plus the 4%. So a total of 8.5%.
Is there any way that you can get that in writing to where they can say that they will hold off on until the 90 days at this interest rate, just so that something we can have some type of assurance that they're not going to call you day after tomorrow and say, we're calling back on the default at the 15% or 17% interest.
We can ask for that. We can ask for that.
Just something that it can be rest assured that we do have that 90 days and that it'll be taken care of immediately. But however, this is what they're giving you.
And I think, Senator, what you remind us of is the urgency, the timing, which is what Senator Uggan was concerned about when we approached him and Senator Adda. The smart grid deadline to have money is the first week of July. We need to cure this default, and if we can cure this default, we eliminate any questions of default by getting rid of this loan. That's why we want to get it off the books. We'll be in New York in 2 weeks to make the rating agency presentation. We expect then to have a rating in early June, and we expect to be in market in June. And that's why we've come to the body this way. It's very urgent for us, and we thank you for taking it on during this session because we're running out of time. We don't want to lose the smart grid money. We need that matching grant, and we want to solve this Cathay Bank. So it's not our default, but we're getting the mud splashed on us, but it wasn't our cause.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, sir. Mr.
Thank you
Chairman.
very much, Senator Tony Adda. Any other general comments or inquisitions? Senator Respicio, you're recognized.
Yeah, I just have a quick comment on page 8, section 5. Is there a reason why we're trying to capture a net rate as opposed to just a flat rate not to exceed 9% annual?
Senator, can I ask you to refrain from asking specific questions per section until we get to that,
I'm sure
please?
we'll get to that
Yeah,
section.
because it's general comments and inquiries. They can respond to you based on the initial presentation.
Well, I'll read ahead on the presentation.
Oh, you're talking about the presentation? I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about the legislation. I apologize, Senator. Page 8. Senator Respicio, if you can repeat your question.
No, I think my question was on page 8 of section 5. Section 5, page 8 of the bill.
We'll be.
But we'll get there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Senator. Senator Taitigui, you had your hands up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank the panel that is here today, and I know that you've been here since this morning, and I appreciate your patience on this, and definitely appreciate the extra information during public hearing, Mr. Sanchez, for that, providing us a view of what it would look like with this increase. Now, we also spoke that this increase, in other words, to carry the cost of this bond, the first, if you could please elaborate again, because on the first year, it would be a certain percentage, on the second year, a certain percentage, and the third year, a certain percentage, all the way down. And I don't think it was in here because you gave that to me verbally during public hearing on the, okay, so if you could please one more time, and I do appreciate you gentlemen for being here and being patient.
On page 16, Senator, of the presentation that Mr. Flores and I just went through, is what you asked the other night. What was the rate impact? And so if this legislation is passed, a 5% surcharge scheduled for August is delayed till April and reduced from 5 to 2%. Then the next increase would be 2.4% in 2011, 2.3% in 2012, and 5.6% in 2013. And then on pages 17 through 19 are actual examples of a typical customer.
According to my notes, these are a little bit lower than what you said in public hearing.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, and no.
it is.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, in some areas it is lower.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, and once again, gentlemen, thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, Senator Taitigui. Any other questions, general questions or comments? Speaker Pangilinan, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I guess, would this consolidate all outstanding obligations that are of a long-term basis for GPA?
No, we still have 93 bonds, 99 bonds that are outstanding. We are trying to refund some of those where there's a positive net present value for refunding, but that's going to be about 50 million that we're looking at. So we're still going to have close to over 200 million of bonds from the 93 and 99 that will remain outstanding.
So we'll have 200, and that's just the principal?
Yep.
The 200 million? So this would bring up the GPA owing to almost $500 million.
Yep.
What did the public auditor say on the last GPA audit?
On which subject?
Your growing concern?
I mean, I think she shared the same concern on our working capital exposure. But I mean, specifically, I'm not sure what specific aspect are you concerned about?
I guess the financial position, the operation, did she know?
I mean, we had a very difficult, as you know, we lost 14 million last year, but we made 10 million the year before. So the last 2 years, we've lost $4 million. And it's been a difficult, but as you know, it's been a difficult 2 years for the entire planet. You know, I mean, and oil, and you know, the oil is the one that's really challenged us, because as oil prices rose, that's what took away our working capital, because we're prepaying the oil, then it gets shipped here. We don't sell that oil because, you know, we sell, the tanker that arrives today doesn't get sold for 2 months because it's put in a storage tank that has a 2 months lead. Then we finally sell that, and then we have to wait a month to collect. So that's what Ken was alluding to. There's a 4 or 5 month lag from the time we pay for oil today for a tanker to arrive this month before we actually collect the money. When the cost of oil is climbing, that's just taking money out of your wallet long before we can recover it. And as you know, the LEACs true up, but there's always a lag, and that's what's drained the working capital fund that normally would have money. And our fear is if we hit a typhoon tomorrow, we couldn't bring in parts, we couldn't pay for bucket trucks, we couldn't hire, and we want to strengthen that.
So your working capital fund is basically just for oil?
No.
It's for all operations, but oil is 70% of our costs, and so when that gets ugly, it dominates. You know, payroll doesn't go up and down. Your payments to your contractors don't go up and down. The one thing that goes up and down is oil, and that is very volatile, as you know.
You know, I want to be, I'm a little concerned because of the fact that you're right. You know, we've lost money over the last 2 years, and now we're going to add a debt service, and I don't dispute the need for some of these projects. I think, you know, but are we doing things that give us the biggest return? Every time anybody comes before this legislature and say we're going to borrow money because we're going to save. We're going to save our operational costs. We're going to save our maintenance costs. We're going to save all this, but it never results in that savings supposedly that we all say we're going to have translating into a reduction in what we charge the customer. It always results in an increase in what we charge the customer. And I understand and I realize all the financial elements that go into why those things happen, but it's hard for the customer to understand that. And it's hard sometimes for, you know, us to keep being told that if you let us borrow money, we're going to save money. But it never results in saving to the customer. And I just have to continue to work and reconcile that.
I think as
and have everybody understand it, you know, of is it deferred cost? Is it real cost? Is it, and I think the customer needs to know that. And we need to do a better job of explaining it because it just doesn't make sense from writing that check every single month to the Power Authority or to the Water Authority that, man, I thought they said they were going to make all these investments because it was going to save me money, and it's turning out into just costing me more.
And
so
we wrestle with that too, Senator. I think the way we think about it is if we didn't do these upgrades, what would be the rate increase necessary? I mean, and not all of it is rates. Let's take, for example, if a typhoon hits us tomorrow, we used to have $10, $15, $20 million that we could keep operating to get our people back. We don't have that today. Now, you know, that's not a rate impact, but it clearly is a service impact in case we have exposure. The campus we're looking at is a trade between paying rent for 30 years that you get nothing out of it, or investing in the land that was given to us by this body, and investing in expenses we know we have. We have to house ourselves somewhere. There will be costs to house ourselves, and it's cheaper to own your own than to rent your own. So now, does the rate go down? No, but at least 30 years from now, our children and grandchildren will own an asset.
No, I mean, I think
so that doesn't have a rate impact, but it's a benefit to our ratepayer. But you're right, it doesn't mean we can reduce it. But I think the best example we have was when we invested in the public-private partnerships successfully. In 2003, only 20% of our power was coming from the peaking units, which, as you know, are the most expensive units, burn the most expensive oil. Well, they're now at 99% base load power. We've saved
but
over.
that wasn't even a GPA investment. That was a private investment.
But you have to pay the guy back. It's not free.
I understand, but
my point was we saved over $120 million in oil costs. We didn't have to charge Mrs. Cruz, Tan Maria. That was a real dollar savings to this community by getting us more efficient. But our base rates is what pays that private partner, right? And their costs go up over time too because they're maintaining that facility. So there's an example of just some of it is just spending the money wiser so you have something left over as opposed to just watching it leave the community and have nothing in it. The oil savings was the most significant by getting the base loads to provide 99% of the power.
I mean, that was certainly a good move, I think, on the part of that. What happens to your need for working capital if you term out this working capital fund that you now no longer have this working capital fund or this
that rate
commercial
drops.
paper?
Yeah, the rate will drop in 5 years.
The rate would drop after 5 years.
Yes, I know, but now you've termed out this $50 million or $20 million line.
27 million.
27, right?
This is like your line of credit.
Or it's a working capital loan. We'll pay it out. We'll pay it back.
That's right.
In 5 years rather than tomorrow or 6 months.
Right. So what are you going to do for a working capital fund after that?
We'll have 27 million as a minimum in the bank, and then as we have earnings, we throw that into the working capital fund, or as you would suggest, maybe a future rate increase could be knocked down 1% or 2%. I mean, that our strategy first is let's get the money for the rainy day fund to protect our community and have some cash flow, and then once we've paid that off over 5 years, that surcharge goes away. The ratepayers will pay 2% less on their bill in 5 years, and we'll have $27 million.
So you're telling me that on your commercial paper, you're just going to swap it out? That's all?
The $20 million loan, or that's the commercial paper loan? That one, we borrowed that 10 years ago. We need to pay it off.
Right. And what do you use for working capital now?
We don't.
Yeah, the working capital is separate from the Cathay loan.
Oh, okay.
Right. The working capital loan is the 27 million. We would have cash in our bank. It just stays there after 5 years.
And you're going to borrow that?
Yeah. We're going to borrow that, pay it back over 5 years, and then the surcharge disappears.
And then we're also borrowing for the commercial paper loan to
get rid of that.
Pay off Cathay Bank and
term it.
And term it out, right. Because right now, Senator, we're in the 10th year of a note that we haven't reduced any principal on, and we're just paying interest. And in 5 years, we pay it off.
Yeah, I understand. So, why, if you're not going to deploy that $27 million working capital fund, you're telling me that's going to be a reserve account?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes,
It's going to
actually-
be in a bank parked.
It's actually an indenture requirement. It's actually specific in our indenture that says it has to be 1/12 of our operating expense held in reserve. As an emergency requirement. So we've never been able, in my testimony, if you see that one chart in page, in my written testimony.
So this is the same as the GPA thing.
GWA,
yes.
very similar.
GWA.
Yeah, very similar.
So
Exactly.
we're going to,
Our issue
again,
is because of fuel, though. Because of the fuel.
Well, as we testified this morning, both GPA and GWA, the main reason our reserves got impacted was oil. Oil as the provider on the GPA side and oil as a consumer on the GWA side.
yeah, but you
it wiped
recovered
out
your
our
oil
money.
costs through all the customers.
Right, but there's a lag, and what we're telling you is the lag creates stress on us financially because it takes when we pay for that tanker this month. I mean, the balances sometimes go to $500,000. You know, for a $300 million company to have only $500,000 after you've written one big check, you know, it's a big number. And we have vendors to pay, we have payrolls to pay, we have debt service to pay, and it's scary when they only have a couple $100,000 in the bank after you pay for oil, and then you have to wait to collect this month. We put the money back into our account. We get the reserve. You know, on paper it goes up, but there's one day as soon as we write that check for oil, it goes back to zero or near zero. And we want to stop that risk. That's very risky.
And you've kind of done the analysis that taking that $27 million, parking it in a bank, no arbitrage issues involved at all, and then terming it out, because you're going to term that out.
Right.
Over, what, 10 years?
5 years.
5 years.
5 years. That is more cost effective than, let's say, paying for a $27 million line of credit.
Well, either way, you're going to have to pay the principal. The principal is $27 million. One way or the other, you're going to, even if it's a line of credit, you got to pay it back. The challenge with line of credits is, let's say we had a typhoon in July and we drew down $27 million. The question the bank, and we would have to negotiate with the bank, is how fast would they want that 27 paid back? We don't want to pay it back in 30 days, 60 days. So we think it's safer from a risk point of view, let's just go get a short-term 5-year loan, have the money, not have any exposure on a line of credit that says I want payment back in 90 days, I want payment back in 180 days. Let's know that we do have a risk. Let's also know we have a bond covenant that says we should have had this assembled already, but we know why we didn't, because of the economic crisis of the last few years. And let's figure out a way that we control. A 5-year term loan we control. We know what the debt service is, we know how much, and we know when it ends. And we're able to tell the PUC the surcharge goes like this after 5 years, and then it goes away. If we do it the other way, we can't tell the PUC that. We can't tell you that.
Yeah, but I want to see some kind of number that tells me this is the best and most prudent way to go from regard of a financial cost basis. And, I'd like to see that kind of consideration. Maybe some spreadsheets run on that. I don't think that'll be so hard. And I'm a little, because I think that's a possibility. I mean, that's one option, and then you got your replenishment surcharge that's going to be implemented, 8 months, 10 months down the line, whenever you decide to do that.
we've gone to the marketplace, Senator, and we just don't have any takers for a working capital loan. A&Z's talked to us. We've put out requests for proposals. No one's responding, and yet we have the exposure. Similarly, we've tried to take out the $20 million Cathay loan. As you know, the credit markets were very difficult, especially in the last 24 months. We just haven't gotten a fish to bite. That's why we're thinking we know we can do it with the bonds. Our underwriters are confident we can do this. We can do it in 60 days. We will have Cathay gone. We'll have the reserve to protect ourselves and a payment plan that everyone knows what it looks like. It's 5-year term, and this is the interest rate, and we know what it costs, and the PUC knows what rate relief to provide. And when we ran the numbers, when we ran these numbers that we went over with Senator Titagui, the annual increases, those rate increases are needed to generate the debt service coverage for the short-term loan and the longer-term loan.
And if I could just add that when we had our rate case in February, the Georgetown Consulting Group came back and they said, yeah, we've looked at your financials. We agree that you need the base rate increase. But then they came up with something that we hadn't asked for, and they said, we're concerned about your working capital fund, that you have a bond indenture requirement to get this filled. And so they came back and proposed, let's have a surcharge. And it was the feeling of the commission that we had a LEAC increase in February, we had a base rate increase in March. It's too much if we have another surcharge increase. And that's what really pushed us, well, maybe while we're doing this bond issuance, why don't we take care of that? We can defer it, we can reduce it. But tonight on the agenda for the PUC is to finalize this 5% surcharge that they're intending to go into effect on August 1.
This contingency of $20 million on a $106 million borrowing is kind of, that's a 25% contingency.
Yeah.
Can't you get Cora to sharpen her pencil?
We don't believe we're going to come anywhere near to using that. Yeah. But those are the numbers that our experts gave us. They said that's what they're comfortable with. So
I'd be comfortable just throwing that number out too. I'd put my reputation on a 25% contingency on a project.
Well, the fear is that they don't want to end up about to make the sale and then realize that we're a few dollars over. So, but we don't expect to be anywhere near those amounts. I think, like today for the subordinate debt, we're asking 65, but I think if we did it today, it would be 52 or 53. So we're considerably under what. They've asked for a lot of room.
That's a lot. Yeah. So I'm just a little concerned. Those are some of the general comments I have, I guess. And, again, I just like to see that when we say that we're going to do these things because we're going to be saving some money,
we will fall through. We will fall through and show whether or not
consumer will say, all right, now I have to pay less rather than every time they tell me I'm going to save money, I pay more.
If we have a graph, and maybe it would have been a good idea to bring that, but it's what the chairman was talking about a few minutes ago, and it shows, I think it's like 186 million in savings over the last 7 years in fuel costs, but it's hard. It falls on deaf ears when we're trying to show people, look, we've saved you guys money, but the price of fuel has gone up so much that it's more than offset the savings that have occurred. So nobody sees the savings, and that's a challenge that we face.
Okay.
All right. I just to add to that, Senator, like the debt service in Cabras 3 and 4, which is 27% more efficient than Cabras 1 and 2. one, it achieved better reliability and reduced the load shedding. And just on efficiency alone, just on the fuel side, not including what you would have experienced in load shedding and outage cost to you as a customer or outage cost to a company on a commercial. I think some of the numbers vary. For a hotel is as high as 50 cents a kWh for the loss of power versus a residence, maybe 8 or 9 cents a kWh. So, you know, an outage in itself has a cost to you as a resident or as a consumer. But the debt service in Cabras 3 and 4 was about maybe 7.1 million. I think it was at 6% for about $110 million plant. The savings in fuel was upwards of 186. I just made some rough calculations. It would have been like $7 million on an annual basis not to have Cabras. On an annual basis, not to have Cabras. And so it would have paid for itself very, very quickly on fuel expense alone. But it's hard, like you said, if you don't realize, let's say we had been spending that inefficient cost and the tremendous diesel price that we would have paid before Cabras 3 and 4 was in place, and then after seeing the reduction, then you would have said, aha, there's hard dollars, hard savings that I would see, and I would say, show you that. But you know, now we don't remember those costs, and that's just a very specific example that I want to share with you.
Thank you very much, Speaker Pangilinan. Any other general questions or comments on the proposed measure? If not, we will proceed with a section-by-section analysis, and then upon the conclusion of that, if there's any final amendments, then we will allow on a case-by-case basis to be able to revert back. But on Section 1, legislative findings, it covers page 1, 2, 3, and 4. Any questions or comments on the legislative findings section? If not, moving on to Section 2, approval of the terms and conditions of the issuance by GPA revenue bonds to finance the local matching portion of the cost of the smart grid project, certain other generation, transmission, and distribution projects, and the costs of an administration building. Subsection A. Questions, comments, or amendments? Subsection B. This is really the heart, senators. We're going to the heart of the meat of the proposal, so that's why we're going subsection by subsection. So, Speaker Ben, you recognize for subsection A.
Again, we've kind of lumped the entire issue in terms of the amount. The gross amount is 155, and then we say that such bonds shall have a final maturity date of not later than 32 years from the date of issuance. And why 32?
There's at least 2 years of capitalized interest on that. So we're deferring principal and interest payments for the CIP, T&D generation projects. Commensurate with the life, moved out 2 years because of 2 years of capitalized interest on top of that. So we won't start making actual payments on principal until year 2012. Is that correct?
Actually, I think we're looking for 3 years of capitalized interest. So
But even before, when we capitalized the interest, we didn't really kind of add it towards the end.
I think we have done that in the past.
Okay.
And then the debt reserve line item on the table that I showed you in my presentation.
Yeah.
That actually goes out on the very end, like you mentioned. That's the last payment of our borrowing that's held in reserve for 30 years, and then we pay off the 33rd year or so.
Yeah.
This is the guy that had to answer that, but it's really because of that sliding effect.
Okay. It just seems. I'm just not recalling that even when we capitalized the interest, we did not tag it on to the final maturity of the bonds. We usually limited it to 30.
I'll research and verify that.
Yeah. So.
Speaker Pangilinan, did you want to make any amendment to the measure?
You know, I would, because but I also don't want to. I know that financial analysis has been done with regards to looking at this at a 32-year maturity. So what would be the effect on on it if we limited it to the 30, you know what I mean? So while it seems a little odd to me, and I also know that there was a purpose in putting that there with regards to that, and not knowing what the financial effect on that would be, you know, I'm being cooperative and deferential here to some of the financial analysis that's been done, because I haven't done any at this point, except just from some historical knowledge of what happens on these things. So I guess I just want to note that. I think it's not normal practice. I don't believe that we've done that. I know it's normal practice that we've capitalized interest, but we didn't add to the maturity of the bonds for that purpose in past issues is what I recall.
Thank you very much, Speaker Pangilinan. I'll allow us to come back to that particular issue if, in fact, it's consistent with what you're stating in other previously issued authorized bonds. No other questions or comments or amendments on subsection A. Subsection B. Subsection C. Questions, comments, or amendments? If not, we're proceeding to page 6, Senators, on section 3. Approval of the terms and conditions of the issuance by GPA of refunding bonds. Because this is a page and a half, I'll address the entire section in its entirety. Any questions, comments, or amendments for section 3?
Yeah.
Speaker Pangilinan, you're recognized.
What are the parameters for the refunding? I mean, they're not put in here. In the past, we kind of put in the parameters of when you would quantify what the net present value is, the savings, the reduction in debt service. We would put those kind of things in order to allow a refunding. You know, we don't want to just allow refunding and allow these Wall Street, you know, shysters to come here and talk us into it just to churn these issues and generate fees, you know, and that's what's caused a lot of the problems in the municipal bond markets for the communities, is that they've been told that all of this is going to pan out. I mean, the refunding of the tobacco bonds most recently, you know, they all came down here. Gita came down, told us, hey, we're going to save some money. And it turns out that once we reissued those bonds, I think it's going to cost us another $8.5 million more. And yet we were told, approve this and we'll refund those issues and we'll save you money and we'll give you greater, and we'll take those net present value savings and give it to you so you can spend it today. And then it ends up costing us $8.5 million more. So what are the parameters here that would be the determining factors in terms of when you're going to refund these bonds?
Positive net present, there must be a positive net present value as a result of the refunding. So that's the cutoff that was used there. I know in the past we've used, like, there must be at least 3% savings.
Right.
We were hoping to just have the flexibility to refund anything where there's any savings whatsoever. If the ratepayers are going to benefit at all, let's refund. But I think we'd be happy to have that language put in to mirror the CCU resolution. But I mean, we're still bound. That's what we're bound to at this point. Is there has to be a positive net present value.
Okay. And no parameters, window, range of what that net present value shall be? Could it be a 0.1% net present value savings and you're going to refund anyway?
Yep.
Any cash relief is good relief.
Yeah, but it's like, you know, short-term relief, long-term grief. I think we got to kind of worry about those kind of things.
No,
these are existing bonds.
There would have to be an overall net savings, or else we wouldn't do it.
I mean, we're paying debt service on it today with a certain interest rate. If that debt service was not achieved to be lower, equal to, or I mean, even a fraction of that, $100,000 a month for us is significant in our cash flow demise. But I think if any positive cash flow relief is good for us, and that's what I think Wendy is trying to achieve. So we won't do it if our debt service requirements are going to be greater, for instance, on an MPV.
Okay. Well, then maybe I would just like to add then, and I'm trying to figure out where that would be in terms of at least putting that in the statute, that there shall be a net present value savings, positive, of course. And would that go in line 11? Yeah. Right.
After revenue bonds,
Mm-hmm.
where there is a positive.
Where there is a positive net present value savings.
What line, Mr. Speaker?
Line 11.
Okay, there's a proposed amendment right after the word annotated, Mr. Speaker? Or am I looking at a different version?
Are you looking at a different version? Right, the refunding shall result in a net present value, in a positive net present value savings. Right, Randy? Provided the refunding shall result in the net present value savings to the authority.
Senators, I think there's a slight confusion in terms of the proposal. For some odd reason, we've been following it section by section. It's the version that was circulated, Bill number 368. It was not amended by the committee, only by virtue of some of the testimony that was provided during the course of the public hearing. So the Utilities Chair, I understand that they are looking at a different page, different document. I'm looking at something with section 3, page 6. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if we're looking at the same version. 1 minute recess, please. Committee of the Whole is now back in session. Speaker Pangilinan, you had the floor, and you were proposing an amendment, and I'd like you to please restate your amendment on line 11, page 6. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize because there was another version that was floating on this table alone, and that's where the confusion was created. But other than that, Speaker Pangilinan, you're recognized.
Yeah. The amendment I was proposing would add after line 11 the word annotated. Just add a comma there. And provided that the refunding shall result in a positive net present value savings to the authority. Now, that's what I'm proposing, but I've got a question. Now, Randy, if I was to say, can you differentiate for me between that term, the net present value savings, versus what if I said, provided that the net present value of the bonds refunded is lower than the bonds to be issued?
Speaker Pangilinan, can I just request that we put your amendment, your proposed amendment on the floor, and then we can initiate discussion on it, please? The proposed amendment, Senators, is on line 11, right after the word annotated, insert a comma, and the following phrase, provided that the refunding results in a positive net present value savings to the authority.
No, I'm sorry, to the customer. I'm just kidding.
To the customer?
No.
To the authority. That's the proposed amendment by Speaker Pangilinan. Discussion, Speaker Pangilinan, you now have the floor.
Now, Randy, if I was to say instead of the net present value savings, what if I was to say, provided that the net present value of the outstanding bonds is lower than the bonds to be issued? What's the difference between the two concepts?
Well, I think net present value savings is simple. I think that's clear. I think it'd be clearly understood. I think the net present value of the outstanding bond. I think that means the same thing. I think it would be more clearly understood to leave it net present value savings.
Speaker Pangilinan.
Okay. Can I get a lifeline? No. Cora, you want to chime in on that question?
No, what he said is exactly the same.
It's not that I don't trust you, Randy.
Yeah, what you were saying is exactly the same thing. The net present value savings is equal to what you're saying.
Would be equal to the net present value of the bonds.
Right.
When you compare it, that's to what you're going to issue.
True, right, exactly.
All right. Okay.
Thank you very much, Speaker Pangilinan. Any other discussions on the proposed amendment? And I would like to request the Speaker put it in writing shortly after its consideration. The proposed amendment, once again, Senators, is on line 11, right after the word annotated. Insert the following, comma, provided that the refunding results in a positive net present value savings to the authority, period. Any further discussions? Any objections? No objections? So ordered. Thank you very much, Senators. Thank you, Speaker Pangilinan. Any other amendments on Section 3? If not, we are moving forward to Section 4, which is the approval of the terms and conditions of the issuance by GPA of subordinate revenue bonds to refinance outstanding commercial paper notes. Likewise, because this section entails a page and a half, we will proceed with entertaining the entire section. Any questions, comments, or amendments to Section 4, page 7 and 8? Mr. Chairman of the Utility, Senator Tom Atta, you're recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think I would just move for an amendment on page 8, line 6, to add at the end of that language which makes it very clear that the funding of the reserves is part of a plan by the authority to defer that plan surcharge, which has been ordered by the PUC, and to reduce the rate of the surcharge and to provide the funding immediately to the reserve fund to ensure GPA is in a better position to respond to any natural disaster that might impact the island's power grid. I got a copy
Senator
of
Atta,
this
please.
amendment. Yeah.
Do you have it circulated?
Oh, no, I haven't.
Sergeant at Arms, if I can get your assistance, please, to circulate a copy of that amendment. Thirty-second recess. The committee of the whole is now back in session. Senators, we do have an amendment proposed by Senator Tom Atta that would be on section 4, page 8, starting at line 6, adding the following. The funding of the reserves is part of a plan by the authority to defer a plan surcharge, which has been ordered by the Public Utilities Commission, comma, reduce the rate of the surcharge, comma, and provide funding immediately to the reserve fund to ensure GPA is in a better position to respond to any natural disaster that might impact the island's power grid. On that proposed amendment, Senator Atta, any further discussion?
Only that actually this amendment really memorializes everything that we have been discussing earlier, and that's all that it does.
Thank you very much, Senator Atta. Any comments or discussion on the proposed amendment?
No, I mean that's everything that was said this morning. Was that it was to defer that plan surcharge, which otherwise would have taken effect in October or August of this year. It'll push it out a year. Yeah, and then the surcharge in the subsequent years would really be at a lower rate.
Correct.
Thank you very much, Senator Atta. Any other comments or discussions on the proposed amendment? Any objection? No objections? So ordered. Any further discussion on section 4? If not, moving on, still on page 8, section 5. Yes, Speaker Pangilinan, you're recognized. Section 5.
Here we go again. I guess Stan Dirks didn't read this one. Because, so why did he say a net yield, and on this one he says a net rate?
Anyone want to just respond to the speaker's questions?
See, I think this is the correct language instead of the net yield. I really think that this is what we wanted in the GWA bill. Because the net yield to the bond, and you're even going a net yield to the bondholder, you know? It's what the final rate to the authority would be, or to the borrower would be on a net basis. Yet in the GWA, we're trying to determine what the net yield to the purchaser of your bond. Why do you care? Right. So what we want to set in this statute is what interest rate you would pay after netting out the subsidy from the Build America bond.
Right.
In the GWA note, what if the one purchaser buys it and his taxable rate is, his tax rate is 38%. The other guy, his tax rate is at 28%, and now we've got to figure out what the gross rate would be so that he yields a 7.8% non-taxable rate. So again, that's why something just didn't strike me right in terms of we were trying to define what the bondholder would pay versus, and I guess it's the same kind of this different side of the mirror versus what the authority's rate would be. And I think this sets what the authority's rate would be on the issue. But much more of concern is, why is, if GPA is such a better operation at this time than GWA, why are we saying 9%
Right.
and GWA is at 7?
And allow me, sir. The GWA borrowing on this in this issue is a combination of different instruments. The GPA is a combination of different instruments, taxable for the commercial paper, taxable for the working capital, not tax exempt, and also the Build America. In the GWA, there are no taxable, as I
Yes,
understand.
there is.
There is.
They do taxable.
So
They have
I
taxable
you know,
in
I
there.
think this is at the request of Morgan Stanley and their whole back office group in
As long as it's
preparing.
not Goldman Sachs, we're doing okay.
We're
But even Morgan, I'm not
you
so
know,
sure.
we're catering to their recommendations and their analysis to say if there's, we need room because of this. Potentially, maybe there's a different type of issue in terms of sewer and water versus power and smart grid and other requirements. I really, I'm not saying that that's a fact. I'm just saying that I believe that's my opinion of the situation. But again, this is just referring to what Morgan Stanley has recommended to us. It's
Senator.
not something that was developed in-house by GPA.
Senator, I think if I might, this is really just an amendment to an existing section.
No, we know.
I think if you note that the language that's just changed is the net rate. I believe the 9% per annum is actually in there from previous legislation, I think on the 93 and the 99 bond stuff. So it's not necessarily the rate here. You notice that 9% is not changed here. It's just that we're adding the additional language of the net rate and after subtracting the bond interest. That's to allow that Build America provision. So I think when Stan Dirks changed this, he didn't change the existing part that didn't need to be changed because, you know, obviously our preference is certainly to go below the 9%. He just added, he added the word net and then added that additional language, whereas the GWA legislation was certainly differently written in the very beginning. And so I think that's why just the additional language that needed to be added was done in this case. And I really don't think the 9%, well, that's not new language in the existing legislation. That's one that was there previously, so.
Yeah, but that's not what Ken's saying. Ken's saying that this 9, I think I agree with you, but Ken's saying that this
There is a difference.
maximum interest rate has been discussed and that they want to keep this, and maybe they.
Well, the fear is that the taxable, you know, if we, to the extent that we use the Build America, the taxable rates could creep above 9%. They wanted to just make sure we're still going to comply with the 9% law on a net basis, and I think, yeah, that's all the concern that they just wanted to make sure that if we go Build America, then we can, the total rate can be above 9% as long as the net rate is below 9%.
Any other questions or comments or amendments to Section 5? If not, Senators, we're moving on to Section 6, local sales of bonds. Yes, Speaker Pangilinan, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we had passed an amendment to the local sale of bond provision, and I was trying to find it and see if it was if we codified it in a different section. But you know, one of the things that we wanted to ensure was that our own local people get a portion of these bonds allocated to Guam, and there was actually an amendment where we actually allowed or required GIDA that once they've kind of structured this and they've got an idea of the pricing, that they send out to all the financial institutions in Guam, investment advisory firms, and they take reservations. They take actually an advance sale on a local basis. Now, Gita came back and said, "Oh, you can't do that. You don't know." Yet you go to the California public finance website, and you can actually, if you're a California resident, go in and put in an advance reservation for an allocation of the bonds and buy those bonds before they're even priced, And so that keeps the money in the state. And so if we can, and there are institutions here on Guam as well as individuals who have the capacity to absorb some of this and may want to do so. But what happens is that when we actually go out and we allocate these bonds from our underwriters, they allocate them because they're desirable bonds because of the triple tax exempt status. We usually find that our bonds, even in some bad economic times, we get oversubscription of these bonds. And when you get that to that place, then there's no allocation for local residents on that because they give them to their best institutional customers, and there's no retail desk until aftermarket or after issue sale. And so GITA is actually required to take reservations, or their underwriters are instructed that they can take advanced reservations once we get allow these issues, you meet and you make your presentations. And I want that to continue. And I want to say that because I don't think GITA's following that law or the intention of that law, because they keep succumbing to the arguments by these underwriters that, oh no, you can't do that, it doesn't make sense, you can't have this, it affects our issue and so forth. And yet the state of California is able to do it on the internet, on a retail basis, not even on a wholesale institutional basis. On a retail basis, these California residents can go in and enter and take advance reservations on these issues. And their interest that they get paid stays in the state, stays with the local resident, and even if it's tax-free, it gets spent in the state. And that's really what we want to try. We talk about GPA losing money because, $27 million every quarter goes off island for oil purchase and it doesn't circulate into our economy. Well, $22 million of interest payments go off island every year by this government, and we're not providing the opportunity for our local people to take advantage of the tax exempt status, but much more importantly, keep a portion of that in our community and have it circulate in our community. So I want to say that. I'm pretty sure we codified that section. I'm pretty sure that even with this section and not being reiterated and not being put in here, that local sale of bond provision would still be applicable to this issue. I want to make that for the record clear. That's the intent. And if we find that it doesn't, I want to make a motion that if that provision is not applicable in here, that it would be a technical amendment to insert that provision once we rise in this bill and upon engrossment, that would be a technical amendment.
On that motion to allow for the flexibility of researching information that would allow for advanced reservations for local sales of some of these bond proceeds based on previously established language. Vice Speaker Pangilinan. Any objections? Senator Tom Adda, you're recognized.
No, I guess my question is, why doesn't the language of Section 6, it seemed to me that Section 6 already provides for that, the local sale of bonds.
It authorizes it, but once it goes to sell, Senator Adda, when you go up against major corporations, it could be swallowed immediately. That's the biggest challenge. And it happened in the previous bond.
If I may?
Speaker Pangilinan.
Because this provision, it says it shall undertake its best efforts. It doesn't guarantee that if a local buyer of the bond wants some of these issues, that he can call up GITA, or that GITA, once they're getting ready to issue, that they will reserve whatever is an advance order on the bond. So, for example, Asia Pacific Investment Services or Merrill Lynch here says, they're saying, we're going to issue $150 million in bonds. By the time these guys price it, they've already have buyers for the entire issue. And so then GITA's saying there's none available. because the underwriters give them to their best customers. So what the other provision of the law says is that once you get to that point, then GITA sends out a notice to all the investment banking firms on Guam, the investment management firms, and says, we're issuing GPA bonds. Do you want to reserve how much? And that would then be removed from the wholesale sale and be allowed to sell to these people who write to GITA and say, I want to buy $100,000 of those bonds. And then that individual will be guaranteed that he'll get that 100,000. This provision does not guarantee that he will actually be able to buy those bonds because they're already sold by the time they price them.
But then the concern that I have with that is that, so let's say we got a couple of investors on the island that says, that say, okay, I'll take 10 million of that, and then come back the next day after we've sold, the balance of it, and come back and say, I changed my mind. So now we're going to have to go out of the market and find somebody else who wants to buy the additional 10 million.
No, because once you reserve it, you're on the hook for that. Once you place your order to GITA, and GITA places that order with the advance from the underwriter, you're on the hook for that.
Okay. I don't know how that works. I'm just concerned that, let's face it, I guess when they go out to the bond market, that's where your big buyers are.
Right.
And when they say, I want to buy it, it's good as gold. But, for the smaller investors, they may have come back later and have second thoughts and find out they can't. So I just don't know how that works, and I'm concerned that then we're going to get left, holding the bag for 10 million or however much, and now we got to find somebody who's willing to pick up that, that change.
And that really is not a problem because in most of our issues, they're oversubscribed. In other words, we're saying we have 155, and oversubscription means that the underwriters have received orders for 200 million. If you had 200 million, I'd buy 200. So if somebody fell out, and it's the same situation, if the underwriter reservation falls out, then he kind of buys it for his desk, so to speak, and his portfolio, and then he remarkets that at a later time, So I just think that I know that's we've talked to both the financial institutions and people who invest clients' money on Guam, and the problem is that they can't buy the bonds. Not that they say they want to buy them and change their minds. These are attractive bonds because of the tax-exempt status on them, and I don't think it's going to create a problem, with regards to the issues that we have and the way that our issues have been able to sell on the market. I know it's not. I'm confident that it doesn't create that problem.
Thank you very much, Speaker Pangilinan. Senator Ada, any other questions or comments? If not, Senator Frank Blas Jr., you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, and I don't go against the amendment. I love the amendment. I think that we should have it's necessary. The concern that I have is it because although it's technical, I'm trying to recall, and can't find it right now, the language that was actually used. I know what we used it for. I'm just concerned that we want to make sure that because when we say it's technical, we're basically going to take the language as a whole and put it in.
That's correct.
My concern, though, is that if that language is specific to that activity, will it have relevance to what we're doing here?
Then let's do this. Let's take a 2-minute recess. See if we can identify exactly what the technical language is.
Like again, it's not going against the amendment. It's ensuring that the amendment, that the language does not. It's
absolutely understood.
You know what I'm saying?
2-minute recess. Legal counsel as well as the legal assistant is searching the exact language that Speaker Pangilinan was sharing with us a little earlier. We're going to proceed with entertaining another amendment that is being circulated as we speak, and then we'll come back to that particular issue. I know that there's been a concern, Speaker Pangilinan, about not having the technical language in front of us, so that concern is so noted. Senator Ada, you're recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. You know, I was looking at the legislation, Public Law 28-71, which authorized the Guam Waterworks Authority to go out and borrow the $200 million. And in that particular legislation, there was a specific provision in there which was entitled Pledge by the Government of Guam. And it basically reads, the Government of Guam hereby pledges that while any bonds of the authority issued under this article, and I'm going to ask the legal counsel to make whatever necessary technical changes, amendments, under this article or under this statute remain outstanding and not fully performed or discharged, A, to maintain the rights, that the government pledges to maintain the rights, powers, and duties of the CCU and the Guam PUC or their respective successors in accordance with law, to fulfill the terms of any agreements made with bondholders in accordance with this article. B, it will maintain the rights and remedies of bondholders provided in this article and any indenture. And C, to protect the exclusive right of the authority to operate or maintain within Guam or any power system operated by within Guam, any power system operated by the government or designees by preventing the acquisition, operation, maintenance, or permitting of any instrumentality of the government or any other public or private agency, entity, or person to operate a separate and competitive power system. And all that part is doing. So basically, this pledge is saying that PUC, you know, we will not pass a law that would eliminate the CCU or the PUC, and we'll leave them to do their work to carry out the indenture requirements, and that in the process also we're not going to sell off GPA. Now, I offer this simply because this was a provision that was in that bill which authorized the GWA bond. It was in the provision that was in the bill, in the law that authorized the issuance of GPA bonds. It's not in this bill. I don't know whether that's because it's an oversight and we're going to, you know, possibility of somebody saying, oops, and then we have to call a special session or bring it up again at the next session to put in this language. And so I'd rather, you know, err on the safe side and say, let's put in this language. You know, there's been precedent for it already. And let's just put that in so that, and I'm going to ask that the legal counsel, you know, make the necessary, I guess, put it in, insert it in the right, wherever it properly belongs, and to really language it in a way that really brings out what it is that we're trying to say here, which was you know, that protection.
Thank you very much, Senator Ada. On the proposed amendment by Senator Ada, I think what we can do is insert it as a new section 7 so that in fact is incorporated in here, and then rather than article, delete the word article so it would read issued under this statute remain outstanding, so that it would be applicable to this legislation. So rather, I mean,
and I would ask that maybe whatever other, you know, language, technical language is appropriate, that the legal counsel be allowed to do that.
yeah. The only concern I have, Senator Ada, is the extensive nature of the proposed amendment. I understand your historical presentation about it being inserted or incorporated into previous legislation. It's just the nature of it. That's why I was recommending that we insert a new section as a new section and then address the use of the term article, but subject to the consideration of the body.
However, the legal counsel sees fit technically to insert that language in there so that it's not, you know, if in fact there was an oversight, we've got it covered.
On the proposed amendment by Senator Tom Ada, pledged by the government of Guam, any questions, comments, discussions, or amendments?
I just,
Speaker Pangilinan, you're recognized on the proposed amendment.
you know, Mr. Chair, I certainly understand the intent here, but you know, it's kind of like we don't trust ourselves to do the right thing, and I think that this issue of tying the structure of our government, the organization of our government, and locking ourselves in, you know, for the next 30 years to, you know, Wall Street, that we can't. What if we find some other mechanism that's a better structure, but we can't make that change? You know, what if?
Point of information, Mr.
Yes.
Senator Ada, please state your
There
point of
is,
information.
In the language, it says, I mean, if we find another structure, the language in there says that, you know, the PUC and GPA or their respective successors in accordance with law. So if, in fact, we find that there's a better organizational setup other than CCU, and we want to create something else, then we eliminate CCU and create its successor. But a successor that will continue to oversee the whatever is necessary so that we are able to meet the
Thank you
terms
for your
of the
point of
bonds.
information, Senator Ada. Speaker Pangilinan, you stay at the floor.
Then I'm confused. So why do we want to say that we're going to lock ourselves into what we have today until we change it? Why then do we need to say that? You know, I mean, I'm not sure that is the intent. You know, what if we have a governor who wants to do martial law? You know, but again, it's this idea that I'll tell you, if that went with the GWA bonds, I don't recall it, and I may be a party to that. But you know, time gives you a better perspective of both the future as well as the past, and I don't know that this is necessary, really, to float these bonds. I don't, and we all have the fears that we have out there. And, you know, we have the checks and balance of the government to deal with those fears. So I just think that this provision limits the legislative power unnecessarily so. And it is from that perspective of the respect for this institution that I say this amendment is unnecessary. The legislative I mean, we are, in my opinion, as somebody who has studied legislative history as an institution itself, as part of a triumphant tri-branch government in the checks and balances of the structures that we put in place, this is like cutting off one branch of this structure of our government that we have in its authority and devolving that authority to, you know, outside influences that may not understand Guam, these bondholders who have no compassion for things that happen locally that may require us to act and deal with issues in a different manner. And if it was absolutely necessary that the only way that we can borrow money on Wall Street is to denude the legislature's authority over some of the issues in this government and its financial as well as organizational authorities, it really doesn't speak well for me to our community and our confidence in our government and ourselves. I know I've been in many fights because of the fears that we have out there, you know, and it is because of my respect to this institution and what this institution stands for that causes me to get into those fights. It's not for because they're popular or, again, I don't want to, again, this is just almost completely from a civics, history, development as a government and as an institution and as a people that I say these things with regards to what I see this amendment says about ourselves. And I feel very uncomfortable with that, with sending that kind of message, not only to our own people, but, to the titans of Wall Street and to these off-island institutions. What other provisions can they come back with, when we need something and say, only if you, we look at what the court is doing on the consent decree issues and how that court is just cutting off the authorities of this local government. And nobody's putting up a fight. The governor's not, the court is telling the governor that he must, in order to get out of this consent decree, take the military, enter into an agreement, work with the military so that we have to take their trash. Since when does the federal government have authority to come in here and tell us to do that? Now we're doing this to ourselves. When we look at that and look at it in that perspective, we're telling, while we go up and tell the court, don't tell us how to organize. Don't tell us that the only way to run a solid waste facility is to establish a public corporation and give it to a private contractor to run, because that's the only way it can be done right. Don't tell us to do that, because that's not part of the consent decree. Yet we're telling ourselves here that the only way we should be able to borrow money is if we lock ourselves into this kind of thing, and that this institution may not have the integrity or the fortitude and the character of its members to be able to defend that. I'm just saying, and maybe I am being overdramatic here, but I really believe that from an institutional integrity point, I object to this amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I want to
Thank you very much, Speaker Pangilinan. Senator Ada.
I'm going to draw my amendment. First of all, it was proffered as a housekeeping matter, and I appreciate the retiring speaker for having, stated his opinion. And
Senator Ada, you're providing some point of information. You will have the opportunity to close out on your amendment.
I'm withdrawing my amendment.
Okay. Thank you very much, Senator Ada. The amendment has been withdrawn. Coming back to Section 6, local sales of bonds. Senators, we haven't been able to identify exactly where that particular local provision is. So once the decision of the body, will proceed with closing out our discussion on bill number 368-30. We've completed, exhausted our discussion on this particular legislation. Any final comments from members of the body? Senator Frank Blas Jr., you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think with regards to the discussion on that proposed amendment from
that particular amendment has been withdrawn.
No. Are we going back to, you haven't found the provision?
If you have a general comment with regards to this provision, and obviously your comment can be directly related to Section 6. But I'm accepting general comments now or any additional amendments to the legislation.
I'll withdraw.
Thank you very much, Senator Frank Blas Jr. Any further comments or amendments to bill number 368-30? If not, ladies and gentlemen, senators, that has concluded our conversation or our discussion of bill number 368. I'd like to extend the appreciation of the Committee of the Whole to all the representatives from the Guam Power Authority as well as the CCU. And that... Yes, Senator Ada.
Senator Pangilinan wanted
As a matter of fact, we're proceeding. We've concluded all conversations on that. Unfortunately, the legal counsel has yet to be able to identify. I'm sorry, Therese. We haven't identified that legislation. Okay, I understand the legal counsel may have found that. We'll take a 2-minute recess, please. Good afternoon, Senators. Committee of the Whole is now back in session. We have yet to still identify exactly what the language is as it relates to Section 6 on local sales of bonds. So we're going to proceed with closing our conversation on the discussion of Bill number 368. Any final comments or amendments? If not, Senators, this concludes our conversation or our discussion on Bill number 368, and Mr. Majority Leader, it falls into your lap at this point in time. This concludes our conversation. Thank you very much, Senators, for your cooperation, and to GPA and CCU.
Senator Respicio, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm going to do a few things in this order. I'm going to make a motion that we rise from the Committee of the Whole, and then when we get to the second reading file, I will then make a motion to place Bill 368-30 into the voting file with no further discussion. So my first motion, having concluded the discussion of the Committee of the Whole, I move that we rise from the Committee of the Whole on the matter of Bill 368-30, and that all amendments made to this bill while in the Committee of the Whole remain intact. And that's my first motion.
On that motion, then, without any objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And now that we are on
We're now on the second reading file.
I move on behalf of the sponsors of this bill 368 that we move it to the voting file.
On the motion, then, to place Bill 368 to the third reading file without any objection, so ordered. Thank you. Bill number 349, Senator Tina Rose Muñoz Barnes. 349. Well, no, it's just the language of the two lots for Hart to be deleted. Oh, no, I don't. Senator Muñoz Barnes on Bill 349.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on Bill number 349, if I may, based on information that was received regarding to GCA, I'd like to delete from the version that was previously passed, and if I don't have the amendment written out, but if I could just
Read,
move for the
yes,
deletion.
can you read the, yes,
To
yes.
delete lot number 135-1, originally owned by the estate of Caradat Kirigua Hart. The second item will be delete number 136A-2, originally owned by the estate of Caradat Kirigua Hart. And number 128, originally owned by the estate of Tubercio Ada Santos.
On that motion, without any objections, so ordered.
And I'd like to move it back down to third reading, Madam Speaker, if I may.
On that motion, then, without any objections, so ordered. Thank you very much, Senator Muñoz-Barnes.
No, it was
Yes.
inserted, so I'm deleting it from the amendment that was passed, and then I've got another bill.
And here is your letter. And that's to waive the requirement because it was already heard. And that bill then is to include. And that is to include now the three that you just deleted. We're going to take a minute recess. session. Senator Munya Barnes, you're recognized on the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to move number 382-30 to the third reading file. And I'd like to speak briefly on it, but before I do that, Madam Speaker, since this bill was introduced yesterday, I sent out a request to you asking to waive the public hearing on this matter, to waive the requirement that every bill must have a public hearing pursuant to 2 GCA. A public hearing can be waived in the event the bill is identical to a bill introduced earlier, which later bill received a public hearing, and the public hearing for the identical bill may be waived. Specifically, I'm requesting the waiver for 382, which allows the transfer of properties under the jurisdiction of a Port Authority of Guam to the Guam Ancestral Lands Commission. The provisions of Bill 82 LS are identical to that of Bill 349-30 CR, which did have a public hearing earlier in the term.
Yes, please continue. So, yes, so you may proceed. And I did receive the letter, and I did certify that it is an identical bill, and that a separate bill was made because the requirement by law is that it'll be one land bill per bill.
Yes, and thank you, Madam Speaker. So based on that, Bill 382-COR was introduced. Thank you for correcting the issue on hand. And I'd like just to, again, this is a lot that was under the jurisdiction of Port Authority, and we're asking that the lands in this case be returned back to the original landowners via the Ancestral Land Trust. And as I'm looking on page 2, Madam Speaker, and I'm looking at the portions of lots that as delineated, I'd like to know if I can make an amendment on line 11 after Caradat Kitagua Heart to put in the lot that was inadvertently omitted, number 136A-2, originally owned by the estate of Caradat Kitagua Heart.
On that amendment, are there any objections? No objections, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, I'd like to
and
move
on the
that
motion then to place Bill number 382-30 LS to the third reading file without any objections, so ordered. We're going to recess until tomorrow morning at 9 to address 2 other bills, and then we will discuss the time for voting. So we are in recess till tomorrow morning.